They call me Savior. Also bad at streaming.
So, what's that? This is how sausage is made. Nailed it. First try. Oh, I should probably move that actually. I just realized that there's a bag made out of plastic that's like inches away from the microphone. So I'm going to go ahead and mute the mic and then move that bag before it gets blown off the table or something. It was sitting behind the monitor, so I can't see it from this angle, but like the mic's right here, and then the bag's like the mic's right here, and the bag's like right here. It's like, I don't know, like 8 inches away from each other, but they're not visual in the same in the same field of view, because the mic is blocked by the monitor from that side and from this side. Anyway, it's a whole thing. So, when last we left off, we were making all sorts of progress. And in theory, we're going to keep that process going. That's the theory. Will it actually happen? We will see. Oh, I didn't patch. Sorry, I'm starting up late. I was actually sitting here at the computer, and then I opened up Discord and I realized that I had some messages, and I was trying to respond to some messages in a thoughtful manner, which is always a mistake, because when you try to respond to a thing in a thoughtful manner, you end up spending 20 minutes typing out a reply, and then it's 9:02, and you go, wait a second, why is it 9:02? It's not supposed to be 9:02. It's supposed to be 8:50. How did this happen? How could such a thing even happen? And then it's a whole thing. So we are putting some stuff over here. So extract here. Okay. There we go. All set. So, what am I doing? I'm doing something. Okay, we are going to click on live scene. We are going to start up. I think I did all the things I was supposed to do. I didn't check the changelog, actually. We could check the changelog. Just for funsies, let's make it happen. Where's our changelog? It's not called changelog. It is called changelog. All right, there was something that was added 10 hours ago. It's not in the changelog, so probably just a quick hotfix. There was a change made 10 hours ago, and 10 hours ago I was asleep, so I definitely have had some change since the last time I touched this. Okay, so I was flying back and forth doing inventory management. We're going to presume that the inventory boss has been swiftly defeated, and that I don't have to do anything with that. We can pop back to Might and Magic 6. I should probably lay down a beacon somewhere in 6. 7. And let's find out. What are we looking at? Okay, we're just walking straight to the sewer, right? So sewer should go reasonably smoothly, I think.
The store is closed.
I don't know why I thought that the sewer would be on the second floor. That is an unfortunate presumption.
What lies ahead?
Lies ahead. Well, I love how there's monks in the sewer. At complete random. I think a lot of the law cultists were replaced with monks. So, are we okay? We're probably fine. We're kind of letting them just like attack us completely freely, which is suboptimal, but it's working fine. We've got a Master Monk here, and it's level 104. Is that too much of an issue, I don't think? Yes. Ooh, you're inside the wall. I see how it is. Alright. So we got the key. Can you imagine if you had to find the exact correct grate to find that key? Horrifying thought. I could probably just beat you up. Yeah. They do have quite a lot of HP. They do have quite a lot. What are we doing on damage? Looks like these two are doing pretty similar damage right now. But we only have a subset of these attacking us right now. Is it a small enough subset to get the job done? Looks like yes. These aren't super high level. That's a Thorns rogue. It's my favorite kind of rogue. Honestly, we might actually have enough lifesteal in the party now. But it's not that huge an issue.
Can someone heal me?
As you get certain degrees of lifesteal, the damage taken starts to get to really quite reasonable levels. So I think that Kortal has enough lifesteal to counteract like 90% of the Thorns damage at this point, because the two are go directly in opposition to each other, right? So with the additional effect of the thingamabobber, I think we should be fine here. I should probably... I guess I probably can't save, but I might be able to save. I don't think I can. Okay, we haven't aggroed the things in there yet. I don't think I need to aggro those to be able to save. I'm going to try clearing this. This is already cleared, so...
Let's leave it behind.
Nothing there.
Let's leave it behind. We don't need this.
We should be... We have a bunch of alchemy materials here if we decide to use them later. There we go. We are in the green here, so we can make a save. We'll just do a normal dungeon save. And now we can just keep on pushing forward. I adjust the any file to make the music go on repeat? I think I can, right? What do I need to set it to? I set it to 0? Is that what I need to do? I'm gonna go check the any file. Music loop equals 0. I'm gonna go check the music loop file because we have no music instantaneously. And we're gonna save this under danger. We're using an extra save here just to put the music on loop because I'm remembering that's a thing. So, I don't know why it isn't a thing right now. I cannot find music. Do I have to add this up to the any somewhere? Does it matter where I add it? Because music isn't on here at all. Let's see if I just add it. It doesn't exist in my any. I guess I'll look for loop. Oh, it was case sensitive. It's not working. It's already set to 0. It says music loops count equals 0 already. I'm gonna just change this to 30. Unless there's a ma any that's overriding this. But I thought that the ma any like changed the files in different ways. I just set it to 30. We'll see if that works or not. Yeah, it was music loop count, but I didn't realize that I had it set to look case sensitive, and it's got a capital M, so, and it's got a capital L, so. Actually, doesn't it have a capital L? No, it doesn't, because no, wait, it does. I searched for loop, and it didn't find the thing. It found the comment on the string. No, it found it found the comment on the code, which didn't have loop capitalized. But apparently either didn't use the word music or had music capitalized. Because when I searched for music, it didn't find music. Remember in the code. Okay, we've added some more. You know what? I think we're going to go through this dungeon at double speed. Why not? The worst that could happen. Just realized the worst that could happen is the video quality is terrible for which is actually pretty bad. I would consider that a pretty big problem. What I need to do one of these weekends is do a live stream where I just tinker with the video settings until I get a video setting that works. Because the issue is that the video looks fine. The video looks fine on my end. It's like specific to the way that Twitch is compressing the video or something. So the whatchamacallit? I can't do it on my own. I need to be live to make it happen, right? Like I need to. Well, I think I could probably do a test stream of some sort. I don't even remember how to do a test stream. I don't even know if you can. You might only be able to do that on YouTube. But either way, that's a thing that I need to get done at some point. Because I feel like there's probably some combination of settings that will give me the best results for stuff like that. I basically just need to find like the worst offender in terms of dungeons. Like what is the palette that gets the most fucked up by that? And then have a save there, and then go. I mean, I don't need to have a save there. I can just walk there on any of my files, but then do a weekend stream where I'm just dicking around with that. That is a lot of enemies, actually. That is. All right. Let's see what these are. Oh, that's a boss. Really? That's surprising. I would not have guessed that. This one's actually able to attack me. Once we've taken out the green walls and more interesting. Alright. Yeah, I don't really remember what that place looks like. This may come as a shock. But my aphantasia having ass does not have really any idea of what anything looks like. Okay. Oh, that's fully dead. Or left? Question mark? Where's the pulse?
No match for me.
Okay, that's it. Well, we're clearing through here. I guess I should probably double speed it while we're just straight chilling. Just chilling. How's it going, friends? Okay. So we aggro everything else in here. We might even be able to get some of them into one of the corners. I'm gonna double speed this. This is probably a bad idea considering that I've aggroed quite a few of these. Looks like it's gonna turn out fine. Okay. All set. Those are catalysts, I think. It's always sad, like, finding a catalyst in a dungeon. Catalysts are pretty much completely useless to find in the wild, because they can't be combined into anything of value. I mean, I guess if you could find a super powerful catalyst in the wild, that'd be great, but not likely. Okay. So, that's done. We've got
Let's leave it behind.
Eyeball of Health. And hello, friends. I don't know why they tend to aggro so slowly. here. And our usual, right? Go. There we go. And set. Okay. Easy peasy. And a little bit,
We could sell it. We could sell
a
it.
little bit cheesy.
It's worthless.
Just a bit. Alright, let's
Let's
see
leave
if we
it
can...
Oh, this is perfect.
Ooh, we found Aphrodite. That is broadly useless. Okay.
We don't need this.
That is, unfortunately,
Let's leave it behind.
not of value to me. We're in the green. I'm going to go ahead and do another save under dungeon. I'm going to, I think, check all the, I'm going to check all the stuff in the big circle area before I continue on this way. We have at least 3 behind us. Okay. And
Tis but
I'm actually really happy that we have Torchlight permanently now. Or at least semi-permanently. The inability to accidentally leave the video quality at a low value for a long period of time is a very useful thing for me. Torch life. Well, I guess that's kind of what I'm doing, right? I am torching lives right now.
Easy.
I'm trying to think of how to interpret that into an actionable thing. And I feel like I'm kind of setting fire to these rats' lives in a certain somewhat unusual metaphorical context. Why are you here? What are your secrets? I do have another pack of these.
That was
And more rogues.
tis but a scratch.
It's kind of interesting thinking about like a thieves guild.
Ow.
because I'm struggling to come up with any historical thing that I would consider to be even roughly equivalent to a thieves guild. Because like weirdly, the closest thing to a thieves guild is almost like the state, right? Like whoever has a monopoly on violence in the area
We don't need this.
gets to just take your money
There's no room left.
for free, right? Like whoever has that monopoly on violence gets to do that, right? So, like the closest equivalent would be like the crown, right? Like in a setting like this, the crown would be the closest thing to a thieves guild. But like, I'm trying to think of like, because like the mafia behaves more like the crown than they behave like a thieves guild in a video game, right? Like a Tommy gun is not exactly a
Junk.
light weapon, you know? They're using pretty heavy hardware. Let's see. I have no idea. The in terms of like the caster run, I'm probably gonna go with like one spell from each like basically one spell. I don't know that that's correct. Basically, I'm going to be using. Each caster is going to have a different elemental type that they're going to be dealing as their primary damage source, right? So I'll have to have someone using dark, probably, because light isn't going to be reasonable to try out. This has like a weird looking thing here. I just wanted to check it out. It just looks like it's weirdly shaped. So my caster run will probably be sort of like flipping through the spell book as we go, and I'll probably be finding like staples that I want to be using. I'm probably going to want at least one character to be using predominantly a shotgun spell as their primary single target DPS. But I think what I might do is I might use fire spikes as my shotgun and avoid using sparks because sparks is too much of like an old reliable, and so have the fire magic person be using that because I'm trying to think of like a good. I guess they have incinerate,
Junk.
so I guess I probably should be using incinerate with them. Eventually. Okay, we have another Thorns Rogue. Isn't Fire Spike shotgun? Doesn't Fire Spike shoot 3 spikes? I mean, all the shotgun spells are trap spells except for shrapnel, right? Like, Sparks shoots out sparks that sit there until something runs into them.
Ow! That wasn't so bad.
Oh! Is that how it works? Do I not know how Fire Spikes works? Well, then I can't use that as a shotgun. I thought that it behaved similar to Sparks. You know, that goes to show you just how much I know about spellcasters and the Might and Magic series. Man, I'm probably going to do something... Oh, wait, no, the shotgun person can just be the dark magic user, because they can just use shrapnel. So shrapnel will be the shotgun spell that I go to as the single target of choice. Then we have a
Let's leave it behind.
Aircaster.
We don't need. My pack's full.
Yeah, Poison Spray is a shotgun spell as well. Do I want to use Poison Spray, though? I remember Poison Spray being a little finicky to use. I'm not sure. We'll see. We'll see whether I end up using Poison Spray or end up using Shrap Metal as the default. It'll really depend. Especially because of the fact that water actually has like a lot of cool spell damage. Like it has a lot of cool spells that I would like to tinker with. So we'll just have to see. We'll just have to see how it goes. Let's see. We have another thorn. Wow. Hello. I'm just gonna beat on you while your friends hit me from the sides. It's fine. The combination
But a scratch.
of giving this vampiric aura and
Yeah, I did.
the reduction in Thorn's damage has dramatically weakened Thorn's enemies. I don't have a lot of lifesteal, so like I certainly have some, but I don't have a lot of it. So, because I think I saw a patch note indicating that, whoa, we have a swapper too. What? Okay. Just gonna stand right here. I think we're fine. We might not be fine, actually. We got the stun. Concerning? Alright. I think we're golden. We got a spear. Just watch, it'll be a legendary Spear of Darkness. I think there was a patch note indicating that that Damage Reflection and Thorns have both gotten weakened. But I could be wrong on that, but I think that was a recent patch note that I saw.
No matter for me.
Gotcha. Yeah, because that is... The Thorns was basically not injuring Portal. At all. And everyone was surviving it fairly well.
There's no room left.
With, like, even the people that don't have a lifesteal weapon. Now, obviously, like, Sortira doesn't have a lifesteal weapon and does no damage. And Kamanaten is obviously going to be immune to it because Kamanaten has a lot of regen. We'll have to see over time, but, like, Severia was not taking that much damage from it. Though, admittedly... Oh, nice! We got another fucking... We just got the new legendary. This is the new legendary that was just added. This is the new legendary effect. Awesome. Okay.
We don't need this.
Not
this
too
is
shabby.
nice.
Oh right, I can't kidnap this person because
I
they don't
can't
exist.
fit anymore. I can't fit
I
anymore.
think this is an agreement. Okay, we cannot kidnap this person yet, but we finished this dungeon. Is there anything else here? I'm trying to think. There's no other quests in this dungeon, I don't think. Let's go ahead and cure our diseases. And we're getting close to the point where we'll be able to promote Severia. So let's take a look. We're at 43, so we do need to go back to Might and Magic 8. And then from Might and Magic 8, we need to go to there. I think I'm going to go ahead and put a beacon down here, just for shits and giggles. I don't remember what this beacon was. Let's see here. We will beacon to Iron Sand. We're going to do Whitecap next. I was originally intending to do Silver Cove next, but Whitecap is going to give us a shit ton of experience. And I think that it is the better location to go. Pretty much for that reason. We got the final promotion done for the monk. So we could get the final promotion done in Silver Cove for the other person. And the Silver Cove promotion would also upgrade the monk a little bit more, give them a little bit more max HP. And max SP for that matter. But I don't know that it's necessary. I actually don't need to. I have my hair behind me. I don't need to tie it up, actually. So it's behind this, so I don't need to tie it there because it's already tied down, right? It's like wearing a hairband. Okay. So now we need to figure out which of these two dungeons is the better one to do. If I do this run again, by the way, I'm going to be more focused on getting more experience early in terms of my pathing. Because this time I have been... there's no quest with the dragon dungeon, though. We have a quest to turn in down here. Do we think the dragons will give more experience just because they're just so much higher level? Do we think that's
Powerful
reasonable?
this
I
is.
should probably
Very weak.
look at the stuff that I picked up, huh?
Powerful this is.
Considering how much of it there is.
This is nice.
Is it though?
Let's leave it behind.
It's worthless.
I guess this is not going to be super useful.
Excellent. Junk.
Junk. Alright, so we need to figure out what to do with this ring. Right, I forgot about the ring. So weapon enchants deal crit damage. Oh,
It's
I also
worthless.
didn't identify your stuff. It's a sword. You have drain hit points. You have of darkness and a thinger. Who should I give this to? I think I'm gonna
can't
give
carry
this
anymore.
to
It
Severia.
won't fit.
My pack's full.
It won't fit.
Do I want to give it to Severia? Severia currently has Mordred equipped. Instantaneously. There was just a ring on the ground that had it. It was great. It's so funny. I could have gone the entire run without running into this enchantment at all. We could replace this. There we go. So let's do this. We will just toss this on for right now. So this is a pretty big durability increase over the thing we have in our main hand right now. And we'll worry about this later. We have not been finding a lot of the thingers. Okay, so we know that the Dragon Cave is going to be more crazy. But do we think that the Dragon Cave is actually going to have more experience in it than the Thinger? Because I'm not breaking the rules just because it's been a highlighted message. I have to realistically think they're going to have a similar amount of experience. How many quests are there in the Cyclops thing? Is there just the one? Do we have a quest for the Cyclops thing right now? Or am I just thinking of the Cyclops quest that I can't even turn in right now anyway? Because if it's just the quest that I can't turn in anyway... Because the Cyclops larder has, like, the remains of the not the werewolf, the vampire or something, right? Let's see. Yeah, what's the other one? Let's see. Is there another one? Because I for some reason I thought somebody told me to go in there, but yeah, if it's just the vampire quest, then it doesn't matter because that's in Shadowspire, and I'm not in Shadowspire, so I can't turn that quest in, which means that we would be doing dragons next. See, this is why I just shouldn't. This is why I shouldn't argue with the messages. You failed the game. What game is this? You can fix that, right? Okay. There we go. Alright, we're popping in here. I'm going to save this under danger just in case. And we're going to go in here without Invis first. We're going to see how it goes.
What lies ahead?
We have a big opening. And we're getting insta-gibbed. That's always pleasant. Let's see here. How high are you? I cannot identify the young dragons. Okay, I can. This one is 142. That's cool for me. Let's see, you have... You're going to deal a little bit, about maybe 110% of Ulrin's max HP in a hit. So we're going to go Invis.
It's a little dark in here.
Oh, come on. Don't give me this weak shit. I might be able to fight this pack. This is like all patchlings.
I don't know.
Okay, there's a Dragon Flight Leader. That might just be able to obliterate me in like a quarter of a second, so there's that.
Easy for me.
Okay, we're gonna try this first room. We're in the green. Oh, I didn't bring any food. Well,
I've never seen one before.
I'm gonna try to just brute force this Flight Leader.
I've never seen one before.
We've cleared 9% of the dungeon.
I've never
This is
seen
fucking embarrassing. I was like all excited for a super cool fight. And then, like, I leave the room and come back and there's only 5 enemies here on the second attempt. Okay, there we go. That's what we're looking for. Yeah, we can save this in, or we can reload the danger. I do think that this is... Whoops. What did I load it on? What did I do? Wait, where did I save it? Did I not save? Oh, I didn't save. Well, that's fine. God, what a dope. I thought I saved. Didn't I go into the save screen? Did I not save?
Hey, we have a customer. Sorry, it's what we got.
I don't know. I'm sure that I went into the save menu. Did I? I saved under danger just outside the Dragon Cave, but I thought I saved when I went invis as well. But apparently not. It's fine. I'm gonna go invis. We're gonna save under... I'm gonna save under test.
Come on, let's go in.
I saw that I didn't have very much food,
I don't know.
so I was a little concerned about that. Okay, so this is a nice big pack. I like this. I like this. So let's make this work. So, I know that these corners can be used to fairly good effect. We have an Adamantite Great Worm in this room. That's lovely for us. I had 3 food. Let's see. Yeah, I probably just was like, no, I can't save because I don't have enough food to justify saving at the very start. And all of that was done internally.
I haven't seen this.
Okay, so... how are we going to handle this? I need to find a good corner to play with. Should I be... I'm trying to figure out how I want to handle this. I'm wondering whether I want to try to lure the ones over there, lure the ones over here. We need to basically move all the enemies out of one of these rooms in order to make this work. The hope being that I can basically lure enough enemies away from an area that I might be able to just literally run over and get a save
Have no
done.
fear. 'Tis but a scratch.
Unfortunately, we didn't aggro this one, so we have one that's not even going to be in play there.
What lies ahead?
But we have another weak-ass...
I don't know. I don't know.
So the Young Dragon is the highest tier of this type. Okay, never mind, it's not another weak-ass. We got way more of these than I thought we did. I only saw the one. Okay, so we have... I think I might be able... If I get into this corner, I might be able to actually just pull one of these packs. Can I just pull this pack by itself? I think so. Unfortunately, I then need... Okay, we can go that far south without triggering the next pack. I think I'm in trouble here. If I can take down this one, which I don't know that I can...
Have no fear.
But if I can take this one
No
down...
fear.
Oh, we got the stun! That's useful.
Ow.
The Kamanaton solo coming out again.
Ow!
Okay, I think this is gonna work. Actually, these are so far away from each other that I think I can pull each of these groups individually.
This'll be fun.
So, did you say this will be fun or this will be fine? Because both are true statements, actually.
I can't.
So we have a dragonette and a dragonette. I think we can handle this. It's going to unfortunately take quite a few attempts. My guess is, but my hope is that I can fairly quickly get this first pack dealt with, and then I can just save. So we won't have to get a new setup each time. Because this pack doesn't seem to be spawning that big. And if we can clear out this pack, we get into the green over here. And with us in the green, we have 7 saves. We can save this under dungeon. And we can pull a portion, but not all of this pack. Hopefully. Just walk right into the attacks. The goal being to get some, but not all of them, on us. I would love for them to rotate in a slightly more kind manner than the way that they've been rotating.
I can't identify.
One of them is approaching me dead on right now, which is great. Looks like all 3 are approaching dead on now. Perfect. Nope, I don't like that direction. Yes, you are. Okay, this one is approaching the direction that I want it to go, but unfortunately... We need to get the lifesteals going, and we need to get the...
Have no fear. Have no fear.
I think 3, with
don't
one of
know.
them being the top tier, is probably too much for this. But we'll see if I can make something work. I don't think I can. I don't think I can pull this out.
Have no fear.
It's just because of the fact that I am not going to be able to consistently dodge these attacks with 3 of them in play, and I don't have a huge amount of space to kite. It's fine. We just need to do better. We only have 1 in play right now. So with only 1 in play, we can afford to be a bit more careful with our movements, to not aggro anything else, and not de-aggro this one. So... Okay, so this is the next one dealt with. That was a mid-tier. Got in the yellow, but we didn't get anybody attacking us. This time we're getting them attacking us.
Is it?
They do have attacks that home in a little bit. There's 2 attacking us, 3 attacking us, I think. I think there's just the 1 on us now. I think the other one... Maybe not. No, there's actually 4 on us right now. It's just that those ones are not attacking. They're just running straight to me. Which means that I'm probably boned here. Because I think they're now too close for me to de-aggro. Yeah, I think I'm probably boned here. I would need to charge them at this point. And I've let myself get too injured to be able to successfully charge, I think.
Have no fear. Ow! Have no fear.
We know that there are several high tiers in this pack. Okay, we're done. We fucked that up. I don't think that we can afford to do more than 1 save per pack. We just don't have enough food for that. I guess we could go get more food. We have an ad. It's from that pack.
I don't know.
The angle that I went at was pretty bad. That the Great Wyrms are going to be fucking terrifying. Dropped me down to negative 4K. Oh, do I have... I don't have my buffs active. I don't have protection from fire and protection from cold active. Both of which I think are important here. So, whoopsie doopsie. I need to readjust my buffs. You can take off fire aura. We'll replace that with fire resistance. And we can have you cast fire aura instead. No. You could cast haste. Haste is too important, I think, to drop for
Ow!
the benefit of having fire aura active. So there's at least 3 attacking right now. God, these projectiles on me. It's an issue. Okay, I think we should have this one. This is the hatchling. Unfortunately, that's the least interesting enemy in the pack. There's multiple dragonettes left, and at least one young dragon. Unfortunately, we pulled way more than I would have hoped there, but
Ow!
can we get that down to just the 1? Yes? Question mark? No. We have 2 right now. Okay, can I get you... This is the dragonette. So we have the dragonette and a young dragon. Not optimal for us right now. We need to dive, I think. Is this too close? I think we're okay right now. We got the stun. Okay, we're not okay because that is probably a dragonette incoming right now. So we're in a dangerous position. We got the young dragon dealt with. We have a dragonette. We have a hatchling. We know this is a hatchling. Nope, this is not. This is the dragonette. Where the fuck did the hatchling go? How dare you? Alright. Concerning. If we can burn this down, there's only one more dragonette left. This is it. We got the stun. Get the shared life. Let's go. Got the stun again.
Ow!
Oh man, nothing but skill in this play. Absolutely no RNG and extreme amounts of luck going on here. Holy shit. Wait, how is that half of the dungeon cleared? That doesn't make any sense. Is there only one enemy in each of the packs in the back? What the hell?
I don't know.
How are we halfway done? How are we halfway done right now? This is unacceptable. Saving under danger. If this ends up being like a super easy, like, second phase, I'm gonna be very sad. We do have to probably use, like, actual melee kiting strategies for the dragons.
I don't know.
But we need to get just one of them at a time, if it's possible. I don't know if I can go around this corner safely. Okay, I might be able to get to you. And nope, you're approaching now. I don't want you approaching. This is one of those times where I want you to stay away. This is actually a corner I can probably use. We can block the other one, but we can't just eat hits from this thing all day. Can we get you behind a corner? No.
Tis but a scratch.
Okay, this is the flight leader. Oh, this is the flight leader, not the Great Worm. That's an issue. Okay, so we can probably take hits from the flight leader for a lot longer than we can take hits from the Great Worm, right? So let's stay in this corner. That's concerning. I don't know what's hitting us. I think it's the one from behind. Let's hope that it's not going to hit us the entire time. I could try to do a melee kite here, but I don't think that's a good idea. Okay, this one is on this side now. I'm gonna try
I don't know.
to clear this. Because I might be able to fight a flight leader on its own. Without going too crazy, but it doesn't look like it. I unfortunately can't see the other one. I just saw it. The other one is behind a corner still.
Got him.
Okay, flight leader's toast. Okay. I guess I could just do a melee kite here. And that's probably what I should do. But I can't really start that. Oh, wait. Okay. I can't really start the melee kite until I'm more comfortable with Komonitin's HP pool. I also don't like the fact that this is against a wall. Okay. Yeah. The fact that it's against the wall is very suboptimal for a melee kite because I have to switch directions. And switching directions is not optimal. Okay, we got the kill. Okay, well.
I've never seen one.
We have two Great Worms here, so at least they're high tier. You know, at least the enemies that are left are high tier. Unfortunately, it does look like we're going to have a fairly weak final section here. But that's okay. I think we might be able to make something happen with this. Unfortunately, it does look like they're going to start attacking us through the wall here. And then, as a result of that, start doing some... Oh, shit! 3 o'clock hit. Ooh. That is rough timing for me. Ooh, that's a concern. Not a super high priority, actually, but... Yeah, we got 2 Great Worms here as well, which is, you know, not an optimal setup. Okay, the other one is around the corner now. It's back behind the corner. Wow, the person who maintains regen is down. We have 2 people who don't do DPS as our only people who are up.
Have no fear.
We have 1 person.
Ow!
How are you? You're basically full HP. Okay, I can't melee kite this to death. What are you at? You're at negative 1700. I'm gonna just try to get to here. I'm gonna see if this allows me to do anything useful. I'm in the red apparently, which could be convenient or could be very inconvenient depending on how they move next. This is a fairly useful corner. The issue is that it's useful, but not, like, perfect by any stretch of the imagination. So I think, you know what we need to do, I think? The other one is now dug pretty deep behind that corner. I think we can split these two. I might even be able to get a save off with the two of them split. Because that one is not approaching very much. Okay, we've got... The entire party is up. We're saving under danger. Let's go.
I don't know.
So we now have the two of them split. With the two of them split, I should hopefully be able to do a successful melee kite on this one. I just need to do it correctly. The melee kites are a little harder. Because there's a, you know, because homing is a thing, but they don't home that much. So the melee kite shouldn't be that much of a difference. It just makes it, you know, a tiny fraction more complicated. Unless the homing doesn't even kick in until it reaches a certain range, which is also possible. In which case it's basically just pure normalcy. We established that melee kites work. So, like, we've established that we can still get a consistent melee kite going. So, or not melee kite, dodging? I call this a melee kite, but this is not a melee kite. This is just dodging attacks.
I don't know.
Alright, so we've cleared out another one. We have the ability to leave the dungeon whenever we want, so that'll be useful to us eventually. Oh, that's interesting. Moved right up against the wall. Can I get you to move far enough along this wall that I can just kill you? Probably not. It's faster to just... Okay. Just getting full lock-in. Great Worm down. Let's go.
There's no Zara.
I can't fit anymore. Powerful this is.
Okay, we still have 4 saves left. I'm just going to do a save right now. And we only have 3 enemies over here, maybe? We have at least 4. One of them's a melee, so it should move faster and more aggressively try to reach me, I would think. You're not just going to get stuck in that corner, are you?
I don't know.
We have a Great Worm on us. We're going to try to split these up. We went too far in that direction. We're going to try to split these up. I think that one is too close now. Okay, we have the Ilsingor here. I'm probably boned here because Ilsingor is probably just going to kill me, right? Maybe not. Can I melee kite Ilsingor? I might be able to melee kite Ilsingor. I don't know how successfully I'll be able to do it, but I'll try. I have to kite Ilsingor pretty fucking successfully, I think. Fuck, I missed.
Oh, I need healing.
On the plus side, that wasn't a complete one-shot, so... Unfortunately, we've aggroed the other dragon.
I've never seen one
Okay,
before.
Ilsingor is barely injured. I don't think that this is going to end well. There comes the hit. I dip myself into a corner in a terrible way. That is Ilsingor. Can I get you stuck on the other side of this wall? Where are you? Okay. If we got Ilsingor in that room alone, I think we would have had a shot there. I think this is Ilsingor. Nope, this is just a Great Wyrm. Okay, so if this is a Great Wyrm, this is a thing we can kill. A Great Wyrm is a ranged enemy. I can simply dodge its attacks. I'm too far away from it. Still too far away. Too far away again. Okay. Toasted. I think we're going to pop out. And we're going to go grab some more food. So, unfortunately, there aren't really that many enemies in this cave. I don't think this is worth more experience than the Cyclops larder is. But it's fine. I'm happy to find that out. There's
We have a customer.
There's a decent probability that it could have been if I had gotten a larger spawn. And we got a fairly large spawn at the initial bit. So I actually don't feel... I don't feel like we got an easy opening. I feel like the opening was actually fairly difficult. There was a pretty big spawn as the middle spawn there. The one spawn that we needed to be fairly weak was, so we had that going for us. But I feel like overall it wasn't like a that wasn't like a super lucky break or anything. I don't think. I feel pretty comfortable with this. The only RNG there is in terms of ability to clear is the initial bit. I don't know why this is unable to hit me, actually. Is there a hit check on their fire attack? Unusual. There's two here, right? Yeah, there are still two here, but only one of them is actually visible. So since only one is visible, which is probably Ilsingor, or is it the other one? It's the other Great Wyrm! So we can get Ilsingor completely alone because we haven't seen Ilsingor, so Ilsingor isn't active. Nice. Alright, that makes life a lot easier for me. So we'll have a full set of food for Ilsingor. that we probably don't need. Yeah, we're all set. Very promising.
Yes.
Actually, I have to go check something real quick. I will be right back. I just remembered something. Just a second. We back. Alright. So we might as well save. And I believe it's just Ilsengor left, right? That would be my presumption. So we have Ilsengor probably by themselves. We do... I think the best way to do this is probably to just do a melee kite. Honestly. And that's kind of a shitty way to do it. Because it's a really hard kite, and it has the ability to potentially one-shot me. I could try, as I'm doing the kite, getting it locked in a weird corner somewhere. Like, I could try using this corner. If I turn this corner sharply, there's the possibility that Ilsengor gets trapped on the other side in an appropriate place. But most likely, it won't happen. Like, it's probably gonna start pounding me. It's definitely not fully... I wasn't expecting this to work this well. How low are you, Ilsengor? You're actually really low. Should we continue the melee kite? Let's continue the melee kite. We've got a proof of concept here that this corner will work if we... to get, like, some extra damage in. Because this is a very long kite, right? Like, it's not a super difficult kite, but there's a lot of RNG involved in a really, really long fight. And not just RNG in terms of, like, I could miss a bunch of times and then get hit really hard on the wrong target. And if that happens too many times, then I just kind of lose. So there's unfortunate sequences that can lead to, like, very, very bad outcomes. But in addition to the bad sequences leading to bad outcomes, there's also just, like, you can't... Just because you can do a thing doesn't mean that you can do it 100% of the time, right? You're not going to get a thing done 100%, right? You're going to make mistakes eventually. That's a guarantee. There's, like, a... Is it even, like, considered a fallacy? Like, there's a whole fallacy chain of logic tied to the idea of if you can do a thing once, thinking that you can just do it 1,000 times without fail, or 1,000,000 times without fail, right? So the longer the kite, the more likely you are to have a chain of failure that that ends up, you know, losing you the... Oh! I can't loot this! Whoa! We need a disarm item. Holy shit. Okay. I didn't even realize that was a possibility. I kind of forgot that I'm not like
I wish I
a
could.
GM, so I can't use this because I don't have the sword skill. Do I have a disarm item on me? I don't even know if I have a disarm item on me. Let's look through our pile of... Do we have Puck? Does Puck give disarm?
Huh.
Did we leave Puck in Harmondale? don't know if we're fucking Harmondale or not. I just had the crazy idea of equipping the disarmed sword onto my paladin and trying to open it with my paladin. Which I do not believe would work. We might not be able to open this, actually.
Very weak.
Because I don't know that I have a disarm item. I don't know if I can do this. It'd probably be faster to just teleport over to give myself the disarm skill. Funnily enough. Because, yeah, I think that I don't have Puck on me right now. You know what I think I'm gonna do? We've cleared this dungeon. Might Magic 8 is still where we're going, so the next thing on our agenda is going to be the Cyclops dungeon. But I think what we're going to do right now is we're going to set a beacon here, and then we're going to recall to Stone City. And then we're going to recall from Stone City. No, we're going to teleport. Oh, does Puck not give disarm? It might not. And I know that it's a thief associated weapon. It's Old Nick. Why was I thinking Puck? Puck is a sword, right? Is Puck a sword? Yeah, I have Old Nick. The thing that I need to think about. Yeah, Puck is a sword. I'm thinking of... Is Puck the two-handed sword that's light? Oh, I also have this, which gives... disarm. Alright. That's fine. That's a larger item to hold on to. So we're just going to TP back here. And we can swap this on, which allows us to equip Serendine's Preservation. Interesting. Got some artifact leather.
This is nice.
We have a
This is nice.
ring with high enough stats that's valuable. Got another artifact.
We don't need this. I can't carry anymore.
Really? It's one-handed? I thought it had a two-handed model. I must be thinking of something else, because I thought that this thing that gave speed and swift was actually two-handed. Yeah. Let's go, Flamdring. Let's do it. Okay. So. Nailed it. Mission successful. So, I think I have an Iron Sand teleport, so let's do that. And we have fly available. Guess we could cure the fear. I guess we could have if we had done it earlier. But yeah, we're still at 8, right? Yep. So we're going to clear this dungeon as well. And it might have mattered that we did that one first, honestly. Because if we got this done, we probably wouldn't be doing the other one as well. Because this probably does give more experience. I could be wrong, though. I mean, you get a lot more experience for high-level enemies, you know?
I don't know.
So we have 2 Cyclops warriors and a billion other things. Can we clear the entry in a comfy, cozy manner?
Can someone
I don't know. We may or may not be able to. It kind of depends on how
I need healing.
much this escalates in the next couple of seconds, honestly.
Have no
Looks like
fear.
that's a no. We might be able to do that with a fair degree of consistency, considering we got quite a big pack there. But we're just going to invis in. It's not a big deal.
What lies ahead?
We're going to invis. We have a huge swarm here. And I do mean huge numerically, but they are also huge. So there's that. We're going to stand right here, because I believe this was a reasonably good split location. Yeah, worst case scenario, we can try something more sneaky, but I don't think we need anything more sneaky than this. The one that was hitting us isn't even hitting us very frequently, so... That's a puller, so it's very bad if that starts hitting us. It's going to reposition us, but... I guess we'll find out. Okay, we've taken out one. I'm not going to put this on double speed even though we're standing still, because even though I have my hand here where it shouldn't be because I can't move as long as my hand is here, I am a little bit concerned about a leak resulting in me needing to respond. And if I need to respond, I think I can respond to a leak adequately here. I have a lot of options with this pull location. And the enemies here aren't that out of control. As you saw, like I was fighting like 6 enemies just now, I think, and it was honestly a toss-up whether I finished that successfully or not. I could have won that. Yeah. Well, it's more that it needs to be nerfed because it allows me to move, which is OP. Movement in video games is very OP. Please nerf. Ooh, that's concerning. I can't even really shared life you very effectively because very few people have more max HP. Okay, we're starting to get hit by multiple targets, question mark. You could have done it before I started pouring drinks for myself, you know? Like it didn't... Oh, shit! Okay, we need to respond to this immediately. The paralysis comes out right as one of them fully leaks. That's wild. This fully leaked at the same... It got stunned? Okay. Whew! That was... concerning. Okay. If that happens with the polar, we are in deep shit, by the way. Okay, the polar's dead. Yeah, they hunting for us. That is true. Whoa! Okay, we're fine. Wasn't para. Sorry, that was loud. Ooh, we in trouble here, actually. I don't know how many are aggroed right now. My guess is that quite a few of the ones remaining are hitting us. We're gonna have to respond to this. We're gonna get in here, and unfortunately, I think that they're going to mostly be fine here. My hope is that they're low enough that I can start... Okay. So you can see that because we moved in here, some of them were able to come straight in, but others can't come straight in here. They can't all get in straight because if they're slightly off-center, they walk under us instead. And when they walk under us, that gives us space to do other shenanigans. Like this. which I remember having done the previous time. So we have another one leaking in.
Yes.
Yeah, this entire pack is probably injured. I feel like we were damaging all of them before. So my guess is... There we go. I'm going to start looting them once we've finished clearing this pack, actually, because I think that's more fun. Just see how many we can pile into, you know, the bottom of these chutes. And I think the bodies will slide down the slope. As long as we kill them anywhere in the chute, they'll slide to the bottom of the chute. Alright. Can I save if I go all the way to the northeast corner? No. Not well, that's because that was aggro. Okay, we're gonna bring this into the chute. I could kill it here, but we're not going to. Let's do a proof of concept. If I kill you at the top of the chute, will your body slide all the way to the bottom to join your friends? Boo. Boo! Okay, I have to kill him at the bottom of the chute. Oh shit! What am I doing?
Ow!
Okay. Sometimes in life, you just do dumb things. Like, go around a corner that you know is going to be full of Cyclopses. So the other thing is that because we've only opened one of these sides, we don't have to worry about them coming through the other chute. Which is good, because if they came through the other chute, I'd have some trouble. Because if they're coming through the other chute, they're probably just going to rotate around this. Not necessarily consistently, but they will do it somewhat. And then I have, like, less consistency to it. I have to hit targets from multiple directions. And it could all go to shit very fast if I have that happen. I'm not sure we can get into the green if we clear the top, but I think that we can. I believe the corner here is good for us. I'm gonna go ahead and loot our shame. And that's a para. Let's fix that.
That wasn't so bad.
There we go. Okay, there's nobody approaching me at the moment. There we go. We're now in the green at the entrance. So, can do the dungeon save. And then there are some number of them in here, one of which is aggroed already, two of which are now aggroed at least, because we just got an extra little red dot appearing. Is it just the two of you hitting me? No, there's more, right?
Kill me!
There's now 3 on me. But even before this thing showed up, I think it was hitting me. We're gonna go around, because I feel like there's a lot more hitting me than I realize.
Still standing.
We are not going to the other larder and opening that door. We're going to leave that door closed the entire time. That door, don't open. It's closed for business. Okay. Okay. Can comfortably clear these out. We're in the yellow now, so those 2 are the only ones available. We have Thinger. I'm going to fight these here. I'm not going to drag these all the way back there. And once we've done that, I'm actually concerned about that lava. I'm going to move you just so that I don't have to worry about them disappearing into the lava or something. Alright, is there... Are you an elevator? I thought the elevator was over here. Okay, interesting. I don't know why I thought this was the elevator. Is it the elevator? I'm a little bit confused, but that's fine. Don't worry about it. We're going to go save. And, you know, actually we'll loot, and then we'll save. So we're going to go loot the bodies. We don't have enough food available that I'm comfortable wasting a save on a pre-loot save. A post-loot save in the sense of like going and saving and then going and looting and then going back and saving. Like, it was just wasteful. So, we're gonna go open this door? Or... It is a door. Okay, I was like... We should have probably gone invis. There's probably enemies right here. There aren't. We've cleared half the enemies in the zone. We have an exploding Cyclops warrior who is, at least for now, fully trapped in the terrain. If I keep getting stuns off on it, it's entirely possible that I'll knock it out of wherever it is and put it somewhere where it can hit me, like whatever's actually hitting me. Because whatever's hitting me isn't the exploding one. Alright. Easy peasy. Easy peasy. It's easy peasy until it becomes very, very difficult all of a sudden. We have another plate armor obtained. Okay, we have a few here. Okay, this is a pretty simple pull, no big deal. Oh, this one isn't even able to attack me from here. I'm not going to go expose myself to it. I'm going to just kill it. We're not going to open up these cages until we're done clearing the dungeon. Let's go save. We've now cleared the bulk of the dungeon, but we have a few more things to deal with. We have a few more things to clear. We've got 2 more saves, and we have basically like 1 or 2 more enemies to kill before we can thinger. I actually should have dropped this elevator back down before I went up. Maybe not, actually. It might not save me time overall. Because if I do that, then it goes back up again when I hit the bottom, probably.
This is nice.
A lot of extra effort, not a
So,
huge
there's
amount
no
of extra
room Junk.
Let's leave it
value.
behind.
Alchemy skill, journal scrap. Corbu was right. Corbu was right.
Ooh,
Now this will do. We could sell it. It's worthless. There's no room left. It won't fit.
Okay, we've got enough of them here that I want to get them to this corner, but I fucked up entering this corner. We might get obliterated here. Looks like we're fine. Okay, everybody has a turn, so nobody is paralyzed. Take out the hunter. Try to take out the hunter. Again, when they're stunned, I can't, like, auto-target them. So, alright, we have a Cyclops warrior that needs clearing.
got him.
Clear that out. We're at 87%. So we just have a few more left.
I can't identify that.
A bit concerned here. Saved from eradication. Indeed. That is simultaneously a message that you love to see and hate to see. Okay, we got a para. Okay, that's done. 94%. We can just fight this normal. Okay, we're up to 95%, so there's at least a few more left. Like, it's not just one enemy. Alright, let's burn the warrior. Yeah, we'll burn the warrior now.
I need healing.
I'm not going to try to melee kite here, because I'm pretty sure that I turned off, like, targeting of friendlies again. But I'm not actually positive that I did, so... Okay, we in the green. We've cleared out another dungeon. Whoops. How funny would it be if I died to those traps? I knew that they were there, I just, like... It just, like, slipped my mind. So, dying to those fireball traps would have been very funny. Okay.
This is nice.
There's no room. Excellent.
So we got some more plate, some
Junk.
sulfur, got some
Junk.
junk. Love to see the junk.
Ooh,
That's interesting. Plus 28 total resists, and a bunch of endurance, and a bunch of hit points. It's a lot of vitality. Big reduction, and not that big of a reduction. A pretty sizable reduction in damage. Okay. Can't do it from here. We're gonna open this one. Whoops. We'll walk straight into the traps. Can I get anything up here? It doesn't look like there's anything up here. We're gonna open all of these. There's no quest involved in doing so. You think maybe this was the... No, there wouldn't have been another Druid quest. There's probably a quest involved in, like, releasing all of these people, right? Where the hell did these people come from? I feel like there should have been... Maybe they just had too many quests here or something. I think it would have made a lot of sense for these to be troll peasants, because it also leads to, like, a really horrifying thought about what they're doing with the troll peasants. Because trolls famously regenerate, right? So, since trolls famously regenerate, it would make a lot of sense to, shall we say, get a bunch of trolls together and just stick them in cages and, you know, chop off an arm now and again every time they grow back. You know what I mean? Like, this is very much like a thing that you could do, and with, like, it would be truly horrifying, right? Whereas, like, it's like, this is, you know, if this is attached to, like, Zog's trading ring, that would be weird, because Zog is, like, in the southwest corner of this nation. This is the northeast corner. I wouldn't think this is a larder, right? Like, so, like, they could be purchasing slaves to eat, but that's, like, a weird expectation, right? Because the expectation would be that they're raiding for them. But even if they were purchasing them, like, how are they purchasing them from Zog? Zog is so far away. There's not a coast nearby. There's a huge amount of distance between, like, this stronghold and, like, the ogres. Like, this is Balthazar's roaming, right? We're all the way up here. Like, this is where we are, I believe. Is all the way up here. So, in between those two things, there's Ravenshore. There's Alvar. Alvar is a dark elf city. Ravenshore is also a dark elf city, for that matter. There are probably humans in both, but, like, are they raiding Alvar? Is that what's happening? I guess this stronghold is on the west side of Alvar. The Wasps... Let's see. Automod trigger in which message? I think I might not see the... I might not see the auto-modded messages. Is it giving you an auto-mod message about the slaving ring? It might be slaving ring. Because, I mean, that's something that people might not want being mentioned in their chat. No, oh, it was a message after that. I don't see a message after that. And I should definitely be able to see it. Should I not be able to see all the messages that are auto-modded in the chat from here? Do I have to go to a specific part of my creator dashboard to be able to see, like, moderated messages? Oh, I have to click on mod view, presumably. Let's see. Huh. Looking at the stuff that I added 2 years ago to AutoMod and having no idea why I did that is a little interesting. Let's see. So, ready for caught message. It doesn't say anything about... So there's an AutoMod queue that's empty. It says it's ready for caught messages. That is so weird. This isn't the first time this has happened either, where it said that a message got moderated automatically. Huh. That's kind of wild. Yeah, I have no idea what's going on with that. Weird business. There's a... Yeah, I have no idea. I would be concerned about trying to rewrite the same message, because if Twitch is, like, auto-modding something and is not telling the moderation team that it's doing it, I would be concerned about them pulling some, like, auto-ban shit or something weird like that. You know what I mean? If like the fucking detection is there. Oh, it's Zog. It's just the word Zog. Is Zog attached to some... It's interesting. So I've white flagged the word Zog for right now. If it ends up that it's some racial slur that I'm unfamiliar with, which is probably not the case, then we can deal with it when we have to deal with it. My guess is that that's never going to come up, because it's associated with some, like... There's a lot of weird random shit that is associated with, like, weird particular, like, racists or whatever that you just don't know about, because why would you know about the weird random shit that, like, racists are pulling in their private forums? Yeah, it should be allowed now. Because it should be white flagged. Basically... Oh, interesting. So yes, that is specifically... I don't know that I necessarily want to allow this because it might be... Yeah, it's not a slur. But is that a Nazi thing? Because I don't want to white flag that in case that is a thing that Nazis say. I'm happy to white flag Zog itself, but this is like coming up with automod, race, ethnicity, or religion. So give me a second here. It's the term is Zionist occupied government, which on its own is not necessarily a huge issue, right? Like if you're referring to Palestine as a Zionist occupied government, but that's a weird. That to me reads Nazi. If I was I'm trying to think of the usage case for that, and I feel like that's Nazi shit. That's probably JQ shit. So give me a second. Let's find out. So Zog. So it's a white supremacist acronym specifically. Now this is the Anti-Defamation League, which is, let's just say they have some problems with Zionism. So it is specifically about the U.S. government being occupied by Zionists. I was wondering because it's like, obviously Zionists occupy Palestine. Palestine is an occupied territory. This is understood, right? And it's occupied by specifically the Zionist project, right? The problem is that a lot of people are anti-Semitic in the world. This is a problem. And anti-Semitic people have a tendency to merge the idea of Jewish people and Zionism, and they also tend to reverse the relationship that Israel has with America, where they pretend that Israel is in the power position over America, which is just not the case, right? Like, Israel is basically an American colony. So, like, it's like, anyway, so I think I'm not going to allow the description that you put out, Asher Kitty, because the thing is that when you allow a thing, it white flags it generally, which I'm not comfortable doing because I don't know how, because it's flagging like an entire concept here. It's not like something specific about the message. It's just flagging the whole message. So, at any rate, yes, God, that is rough. But you can definitely tell that in this context, Zog is just being used as like a random name that sounds like Zug. Let's see. Yeah, and that's the thing. You don't find out. Like, the thing that's really crazy is that, the other thing is that, funnily, you're talking about a slaving ring that's tied to Zog, and that is actually very closely adjacent to, like, white supremacist conspiracism. Like, that's actually really close to current, like, conspiracy theories that the far right has. So I could imagine that getting flagged for a bunch of things. It was just flagged by the thing for the for just Zog. It didn't actually flag the whole message. But the it's wild. Nazis keep coming up with new terms to describe stuff, and one of the issues that you end up with is that a lot of the shit that, like, they come up with are, like, actual... They take non-hate speech and turn it into hate speech, if that makes any sense, right? Like, and that's a huge, huge issue that we have in the world, is that things that weren't hate speech become hate speech because all the Nazis start dog whistling with it. Or not, in this case, not even, right? Like, I wouldn't consider this term to be even a dog whistle. Oh, there's a limited time before it just disappears automatically? No. Okay, so it says expired. So, but it should give me all the ones that have expired. What is wrong with it? Okay. Apparently I have to have the mod thing open. At any rate, we've had a little bit of a learning experience. We now know a little bit more about what the Nazis are saying. That's great. Lovely. And we can move over to Ravenshore. Life is sad. Life is very sad. So, moving right along. What is this? This is a charm. Alright, it looks like a luck buff or something. Nope. And you're still afraid. So we're going to 7 again, and now we're going to the Barrows, right? Let's see. Are you talking about Trap? It's not really a general anime term. It started out having problems. It's the relationship that Japan has with trans people is older than the relationship that Americans have with trans people, and there are some portions of that relationship that are better and some portions of it that are worse. It's one of those things where, like, the because you also have to remember that, like, in this is like an important, like, contextual difference between, like, Japan and the United States, or maybe it isn't, because I don't know Japanese law, but the transpanic defense, where it's legal to murder someone if you find out that they're trans, was only recently decided to not be legal, like within the last 10 years maybe. And it might still be legal in the United States in a lot of places to kill someone because you found out that they're trans. So bear in mind that trap has a very specific cultural connotation to it that it's going into, right? Where it's like the word trap, because the idea the idea of the transpanic defense is tied in specifically with the idea that trans people are trying to trap you. Right? That is core to the idea that you can murder someone for being trans. So, for someone being unexpectedly trans. So yeah, it's a whole thing. So do bear in mind that, like, there's a historical and a current context to that, where it's like, it's not just like insulting, it plays into, like, the specific means by which people justify murdering people, right? And they get away with it legally as a result of that. So, like, a lot of the people that are using the term trap are using it because they're watching too much hentai. But there's also, like, a huge amount of anti-trans hatred, and there's also a decent amount of overlap between those two groups. So, like, it's complicated. But sometimes we lose access to words because hateful people are bad, and they do bad things. And that's just sucks. But them's the breaks. Them's the breaks. So, we're popping over to 4.
Very weak.
And we are done with 4. I'm pretty sure that I've done both 1 and 2, right? I will check 1 when I come across it. So we've done 5. Do I have a thing in 5? Let's see here. There's a lot of terms that people use where you really need to do a vibe check on the person, like, when they're doing it, to be able to go, okay, so why are you using this term? like where it triggers like an immediate insight check of like, is, you know, how do I feel about your usage of this term? 7, I think, is the other one. Let's see. I mean, people have been saying that every decade that I've been alive, that people are become very sensitive over the past decade. I mean, over the past decade, there's been like a massive upswing in like hate speech and violence against people. So like people become more sensitive to specific terminology that's used by Nazis, you know what I mean? As there's an uptick in violence, there will be an uptick in sensitivity to violent language. You know? Those go hand in hand. Is the concern about language and the association of that language with like real world things. Maybe you'll be okay. Are you paralyzed? I think you're paralyzed. Shit. I think we're probably boned here because I took too long.
Have no fear.
But yeah, when I was 5, people were talking about how overly sensitive everybody was. I haven't been 5 in over 30 years.
Have no power.
And a lot of the people who were saying that people have gotten overly sensitive in the past few years then were people who, let's just say, had mixed opinions on the civil rights movement that happened during their lifetime. Let's just say they had a lot of complaints about Martin Luther King Jr., you know? Let's see. Hey, Amberwitch. I'm happy to provide it. You came in at kind of a weird time during chat. We were just discussing hate speech. It's not your fault. We were discussing this topic because of the fact that because the far right just keeps adopting terms. You know what I mean? It's like, what? Okay, well, let's find out. What does this term mean? Oh, okay, this is tied to this white supremacist conspiracy theory. Yeah, I really enjoy this series. It's a lot of fun. It's nice to, you know... It's really nice that the modding community exists, you know? I feel like the modding community is a delightful thing that we have the privilege of having access to. Okay, we have definitely done 5, right? Do I need to walk to 5? Just to check. I will confirm that we've done 5. I'll do it. I'm basically making a list over here, and I'm only putting the things on the list that I've already gone to. Though I will say that I put 1 on the list, and I haven't gone to 1 today. But I'm pretty sure we've done 5. Or I'm pretty sure we've done 1. It's probably tied to 5. Okay. Let's see. Okay, well, I feel like the Might and Magic series did fall off. There also have been some new Might and Magic games. We don't talk about them. Might and Magic 9 is an interesting game that was so broken on release that, like, you know, it was not a good game on release. It's an interesting game, and I'm glad that people made it work, right? I'm glad that people invested the time and energy necessary to make it work, because now we can play the cool and interesting game that, like, could have existed at the time, but, like, it fell off pretty hard. I still haven't managed to get very far in 10. Yeah, 10 felt very, very limiting. That's a curse. That's not a weakness. Why am I casting the wrong spells on people? Is this also a curse? No, that's a disease. Okay, we don't need to do that immediately because it's something we do deal with over time. So I've cleared out half of this. Yeah. 9 at the time was so alien and so broken. I think that I don't think I ever beat the game as a kid because it just couldn't be beaten. There was some like event that's supposed to happen in the end game that just fully broke and didn't work, so I couldn't like trigger the end to happen. If that makes any sense. Like there's like something that's supposed to happen.
But a scratch.
Well, you know, this is what happens. This is what happens when capitalists get put in charge. Here's the problem with venture capitalists, okay? Venture capitalists take a company that's making money, and then they, as a company, aren't making money because they don't actually have anything that they're doing. They're just buying a bunch of random shit, some of which is going to be profitable and some of which isn't. And then the venture capitalist goes bankrupt due to fraud, mostly due to fraud. And they bring all of the like explicitly productive and profitable companies that they own now down with them. That's exactly what happened to Might and Magic. It's what happened to Smosh. Defy Media was hemorrhaging money. Smosh was making money. Smosh was a profitable brand. So was Might and Magic. Might and Magic was a profitable brand. So the issue was that the people who owned, basically New World Computing, I believe, got bought by 3DO, and then 3DO went bankrupt because that's what venture capitalists do, is they drive companies into bankruptcy. That's kind of like their whole deal. So what venture capitalists do is they basically turn legitimate companies into Ponzi schemes. Like, that's the fundamentals of what venture capitalism does. That's the meta for the practice. And so that's what happened, right? Like, it's not like...
We got it.
It's not an accident what happened to Might and Magic. It was done deliberately by the people who owned the brand.
Got it.
Right?
We don't
Like,
need this.
it was done on purpose by the people who owned it. And I think that that's really sad. Let's see. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, what happened with Blizz isn't quite the same
We
thing,
don't need this.
right? But there's a lot of similarities, and it's getting in that direction, right? So, like, Activision loses money and then starts, like, over-monetizing its subsidiary brands, right? Like Blizzard, in ways that destroy the cultural capital that the brand has. And in doing so, they cripple the long-term productivity of the brand and basically just fuck everything up. And it's the same cycle. Let's be clear. Like, pretty much all capitalists do this eventually, right? Venture capitalists just do it very quickly. Like, the timeline on venture capitalists burning a brand to the ground is very quick, whereas it's slower with more like standard forms of capitalist investment. It really just depends. But yeah, this is why it would be useful for workers to own the means of production. And that includes
However, this is.
intellectual properties and things
There's
of that
no
nature.
room left.
Because weirdly enough, intellectual properties are kind of like the means of production of the modern era. Because the way that you basically prevent people from doing things is by filing copyright claims against them. Because realistically, anybody could make a Mario game. Anyone could make any game that they wanted. There's nothing stopping people from doing most things except the law itself. basically that you have to actively prevent people from making cool shit, rather than just like controlling access to the thing that allows them to make it. People will make it, and then you sue the shit out of them. It's the modern markets are very, very, very bizarre. It's like a very alien thing. One of the things that's very funny is that, like, you know, if you look at people who, you know, talk about like theory a lot, like, you know, leftists who are obsessed with theory, like they feel like these
Come
like
on, let's go in.
they feel like people like Marx have any idea how the modern economy works, and it's like there's useful stuff you can get from Marx, but reading Marx is not going to help you understand like venture capitalism that effectively. It's not going to help you understand copyright law and the way that like the way the modern capitalist system actually works. You can understand like generally things like class analysis, things like this, but those are things that you don't need to read theory to understand either. So like the actual economic theories that governed the 19th century are not the economic theories that govern the 21st century. You know, like we're in a very different economic model now, and so there's limits to how much you can translate these kinds of things. Well, I mean, I'm explicitly a leftist, right? It's just that the issue that you run into is that there's a very generally speaking, most people don't know what they're talking about. And that's kind of the issue. Is that whether people end up having beliefs that I agree with or not have honestly very little to do with the principles that went into those beliefs. Because most people really just don't have any idea what the hell's going on. Okay, I actually might have overstepped here. We're gonna make a hard save because I think I might have accidentally done an extra dungeon here. Give me a second. I got like locked into the dungeon thinking, and I'm like, wait a second. Okay, we overstepped. We are leaving here. We're not doing that dungeon that we just did. We're now above. Is this the second one that we did? Let's see. The thing that's really interesting is that like a lot of people that you associate with the far left, especially if you are a centrist, are not far left. They're actually like Nazis. Like they're actually far right. So like if you hear anybody like justifying Stalin was a fascist. Anyone who like plays defense for Stalin is not a leftist. Like, they don't care about left values. They don't care about eliminating hierarchy. Stalin was a fascist. Right? So you end up with this interesting space where, like, a lot of, like, lefty discourse is left over from, like, the Soviet Union, which was a fascist state. So when people think about communism, when people think about socialism, it's through this weird lens of all the states that have called themselves socialist recently, as in like ever, because there weren't any socialist states in the 19th century to my knowledge. There might have been some micronations or something like that, but like all the people that call themselves socialists and run a government are fascists. The Nazis called themselves socialists, and then they killed all the socialists, they killed all the anarchists, they killed everybody, right? You have the Soviet Union. What did the Soviet Union do? Famously dissolved worker councils. They famously got rid of unions. They said, why would we need democratic representation of the working class? You don't need democratic representation for the working class. That's crazy, right? Like, why would we need more than one political party? How many classes are there that are like the working class? There's only one working class, so why would we need multiple political parties? Like crazy shit like that right? Obviously, like, China is a state capitalist and pretty fascist state, right? Like, it's a explicitly like politically far right nation. And so if you see people who claim that they're on the left but play defense for China, play defense for Russia, play defense for fucking North Korea or Vietnam, all these like weird places, they're probably not a leftist. And that's kind of the issue, right? Is that like you have this huge desync between people who self-identify as being on the left and people who actually have egalitarian philosophies of we should treat people well, all people, and we should, you know, ensure a standard of living for people, and we should not brutally oppress people, and this, that, and the other thing. The people who call themselves communists are almost exclusively crazy fascists. Like really, really, really crazy fascists. Because, okay, I'm gonna give you a spoiler here. A communist society does not have a state. There is no state. So there's no communist state by definition. Now, people will argue about like, oh, well, you know, you need to have control of the state in order to achieve communism. China isn't moving toward communism. The Soviet Union wasn't moving toward communism. Modern Russia isn't moving toward communism. None of these countries have anything to do with communism. None of them are doing anything except making themselves more authoritarian over time. So, I will just say, when people say that they're leftists, you shouldn't necessarily believe it. And especially in like the, like, you know, we're the independent media, that, you know, we say the things that the government doesn't want people saying. That space is almost exclusively right-wing grifters. Like, almost every single one of those spaces is filled with people who are fully just grifting. I could name names. I'm not gonna name names because I'm terrible with names, and I'm gonna remember some and I'm gonna forget others, and then it's gonna be a whole thing. But basic gist is that most like lefty channels that are like actual media channels are sponsored by state actors who want you to think that leftism is when Stalin is doing Stalin things. So that's not what leftism is. So just an important thing to recognize is that, you know, and this is not a no true Scotsman argument, okay? This is not a no true Scotsman, because leftism is a coherent conceptual thing, and people who don't want the ideals of leftism aren't leftists. They can call themselves whatever they want, but they're not. So, what are we doing here? We have... Ooh!
Ow.
We got a legendary plate! That's what we're doing! We're getting legendary plate!
Ow.
Let's go! When did we get that? We got that in the...
It's
We got that in the previous
useless.
dungeon, didn't we? I think we got this in the thinger. So this is of Doom. It's got endurance and speed, which is not a bad combination, but I think we're going to replace the endurance eventually. For now, this is a comfy thing that we can just immediately put onto her. We can probably start improving this sometime in the near future. Oh, right, it's the same type as what we had. Nice. So we now have legendary everything except
leave it
one piece of plate that we need. We have one extra piece of plate that
We
we
don't
need.
this.
And are we going back to 6 now? Are we doing... Wait, why don't I have... Oh my god, I unequipped the thing to loot a thing, and then I didn't remember that I'd done it. Whoops.
You
Okay.
could sell it.
Anything else that's shiny?
It's worthless.
I noticed that we had found several pieces of plate, and I was like, ooh, this might end up being a pretty big deal. Let's see. Well, the problem with, and this might sound like I'm like talking out of my ass, but I'm really not. The problem with leftist ideas is that they are correct, and because they are correct, the only way to stop people from having them is to murder everyone who says anything about it. And if you look at the last 100 years of history, everyone murders the leftists. The liberals, the fascists, everyone kills their leftists. Whether the leftists are socialists or communists or whatever, they get fucking killed. Everyone does it. Even the people who are calling themselves communists kill all the communists. The Soviet Union killed all the communists. Everyone kills the communists. And then there's no one to say anything because they killed them all. If you kill everybody who has leftist ideas, then, you know, like there's a bit of a, there's a bit of a trend there that is an unfortunate historical trend of let's just kill all the leftists and make do it. And again, like they all do it. They all do it. But yeah, like it is the nightmare of every person in power for actual leftists to get in power. They don't really care that much if fascists get in power. And you can tell because of the different response that they have to leftists and fascists. Let's see. But that's the thing. The Democrats are a liberal party. They're not left at all. Like, they're liberals. And liberalism is the idea that capitalism is good, actually. That we should do capitalism all the time. Right? Like, the reason that the left is associated with the Democrats is because remember the Red Scare? Where they purged media and social spaces and all other spaces of anything vaguely sniffing of leftism, with the justification being that the Soviet Union is bad, but the Soviet Union was a far-right fascist state, right? So anything that sniffs of leftist, they purge, right? But these days, Russia is still a far-right fascist state, and it's perfectly acceptable because they admit that they're a far-right fascist state. It's now perfectly socially acceptable to associate with Russia.
Come in.
Right?
Enjoy your
Like,
stay.
I think that horseshoe theory is fundamentally tied to the fact that everybody kills their leftists. I actually think that horseshoe theory is tied to the fact that when a liberal sees an obvious fascist saying fascist things, they think, oh, they're a leftist because they call themselves a socialist. Because they don't have any idea what a socialist is. That's what horseshoe theory is. Horseshoe theory is a bunch of fascists calling themselves socialists because fascism is unpopular and socialism is popular. And so people call themselves socialists while they are brutalizing ethnic minorities, while they are oppressing women, while they're doing all these things. And it's like, oh, you're doing all the fascist things. So, but you call yourself a socialist. So clearly socialists and fascists are the same thing. And it's like, then why do they all kill the fucking anarchists, my guy? Why does everybody kill the anarchists? And I do mean kill. Put in mass graves. All of the anarchists. The liberals do it. The fascists do it. Everybody does it. And nobody's had to do it nobody in the West has done it recently, which is why leftist thought is on the rise again. But basically in like the 20s, the 30s, the 40s, remember that thing where the unions were fighting actual wars against capitalists? You know the first time that America was bombed was not Pearl Harbor. The first time that America was bombed was when you like I think it was it was miners who were striking, getting bombed from planes by capitalists. That was the first time that American soil got bombed. Like in terms of like bombing Americans on American soil, that was the first time that happened. The second time that happened, I believe, was the National Guard blowing up an American city because all the white people were scared of them. I think it was Tulsa that was the second American bombing. The third one was a miners' strike getting bombed again. There's like 3 of them that happen in the 20s, like one right after another. It's crazy. American soil gets bombed all the time by people trying to blow up either ethnic minorities or mining strikes specifically. So, like, it's important to understand that everybody kills the leftists, even when they pretend that they're not. It's like, oh, well, they were strikers. They weren't leftists. They were unions. They were militant unions striking. They're leftists. That's a leftist. I mean, they're not all necessarily individually as people leftists, but it was a leftist thing. It was a rise up against the capital-owning class, and it was put down violently, right? If leftists get too saucy, they get put down by the government, right? If you look at recently, right? Anytime a union is determined by the state, anytime a strike is determined by the state to be an unlawful strike, that is violence against leftists. Because what you're saying is, if you continue to strike, we will arrest you. And arresting someone is a violent act. That is an act of violence. Do people ever put a capitalist in jail because they failed to resolve a strike? You ever see a railroad tycoon go to jail because they were negotiating in bad faith with their workers? Literally doesn't happen. Literally cannot happen. It does not happen. Violence is continuously done against leftist causes, which by extension tends to affect leftists generally. So leftists are more likely to be put in jail. Meanwhile, all the actual violence is being perpetrated by the far right, both in terms of lawful violence, because cops are all far right for the most part, but also as an institution, they're a far right institution. And in terms of unlawful violence, both lawful and unlawful violence is explicitly targeted at leftists more than anybody else. So that's the thing to just bear in mind, is that, like, anytime, like, you know, you have people dying in the mines because they're literally dying because it's mining, which is a job that kills you, and they decide that maybe they should have better work conditions, so they just decide not to work. They decide, you know what, I don't want to work. The state comes in and forces them to work by force. Because they say, okay, well, this is unlawful, so we'll throw you in jail if you don't work. That's fucking crazy. But that's what it means to have an unlawful strike, is that the state is coming in and saying, you don't deserve to have whatever you want. Whatever it is, you deserve to work for this person.
See anything you want?
By force. Because it is unlawful for you to stop working for this person. Which is insane. That's an insane thing to have be a normal component of everyday life if you just think about it for a little bit, right? But anyway, that's the whole thing.
Thanks a lot.
It is a whole thing. You know one of the funniest things about leftist circles, okay? This is one of the funniest things, is like, you always have, like, the FBI, the CIA, you know, they're always trying to get lefties to commit crimes. So, like, the CIA, the FBI, is constantly, like, infiltrating, like, leftist organizations to catch them doing crimes. And none of them are doing any crimes. So what they end up doing is basically coercing them to do crimes by basically putting someone who is like a rabble rouser into their thing, like who's like a fed. They're a federal agent who is encouraging these people to commit crimes. That's not entrapment. Entrapment has a pretty high bar. It turns out entrapment is pretty hard to use as a defense, just to be aware. Entrapment is really hard to use. Anyway, so they have all these people trying to get these organizations to do bad things. And what ends up happening is that all of the real leftists leave the organization. And then you have these federal agencies that are not talking to each other, who are just talking, like, they're not communicating about which groups they're infiltrating and this, that, and the other thing, who infiltrate the same organization. And then you just have a bunch of feds trying to arrest each other. And then eventually one of them gets enough evidence that they start arresting people, and then the only people who were left in the entire place were fucking feds. It's just the FBI and the CIA. This is what keeps happening, okay? Source, trust me, bro. That's my source. My source is trust me, bro. Literally, I don't have anything to back that at the moment. That's a. There have been some anecdotes that I have learned of that do support the idea that is a legitimate issue of like the Fed. So what is true is that the feds do infiltrate organizations with the express purpose of radicalizing those organizations so that they can arrest everyone in the organization. That is a thing that the CIA and the FBI have admitted to doing on many, many occasions. To be clear, this is a thing that is a well-known phenomenon. It's a thing they do in public. It's not a thing that they're hiding, that they're doing, right? They hide it when they're doing it, right? They're not doing... They don't tell people that they're CIA when they're in the org, but when they go to arrest everyone, they have to tell everybody that they were actually the CIA, so that their CIA agent doesn't get arrested. But anyway, it's a whole thing. But suffice to say,
Can I help you with anything?
we could have a better world if people just were nicer to each other and treated each other well, and we didn't pretend that wanting to like kill and enslave everybody is a legitimate political philosophy. Like we don't have to pretend that that's a legitimate political philosophy.
Thanks.
And we also don't have to pretend that nobody believes that and has that as their political philosophy. Like if you look at the way that like, you know, if you look at the way that like liberals will talk about fascists, they'll say, a fascist will say, these people are animals, we should put them in cages and then either kill them or kick them out of our country. A fascist will say that just out loud, right? And then a liberal will say, that language that they're using is irresponsible because someone could hear that and decide to do a hate crime. And obviously you don't want a person to do a hate crime, so it's irresponsible to say that because it could cause this thing that you obviously don't want. No, they do want that. That's why they're saying it out loud. That's the thing they want. It's not irresponsible to say a thing that causes the thing that you want to happen. You know what I mean? So, that's the fundamental issue that you run into with liberals, is that they cannot acknowledge the existence of the fascist. Like, not really. Like, when you think about, like, who got, you know, on Jan 6th, who got arrested?
Need a new weapon?
Did the people who gave the plans of the Capitol to the people that were intending to assassinate, like, Congress people, did the people who gave them the maps and the tours get arrested? Did the people who were the ringleaders of the entire operation who work in the Capitol because they were elected officials, did those people get arrested?
Thanks.
No. Just a bunch of fucking random idiots got arrested. And sure, some of the people who were like in those mobs were not just random idiots, they were Nazis and shit, but a lot of them were probably not even Nazis. A lot of the people who got arrested probably weren't Nazis. But the people who gave them the plans so that they could plant their pipe bombs that didn't go off, but they could have, who gave them the plans so that they could plant their pipe bombs and assassinate their political enemies, those people are still working in that building. Can you imagine having to work with people who explicitly tried to get you killed? And almost succeeded? Imagine, like, people talk about a hostile workplace, right? Imagine working in a place where one of your coworkers one of your coworkers told an assassin where your room is in the office. Where you work. Where is your office? Tell me where this person is in the office. And they did that. And then the assassins come in to try to kill you. Fucking crazy. You have to work with these people for years after that. Insane. Because all those people should be in jail. Obviously. Right? But no, because it was irresponsible of them to do that, because obviously the people who say they want a fascist coup don't actually want a fascist coup. They're just being irresponsible with their language. Anyway. That being said, let's go to a place that we can kill it. We're going to 6. We're starting up Icewind Keep. Not Icewind Keep. We're starting up Icewind as a place. Is any of this? Yes, Freehaven is here. It's you know, a slight issue. It is a minor concern that the entire Western world does seem to be quite gleefully descending into fascism. So, like, one like an example of like a recent libs being libs shit is if you look at France. What happened in France recently is just totally batshit. I remember doing some research on France a while back and being like, oh, this country is like one bad election away from becoming a fascist state. Because like just because fascists get elected doesn't mean that the state becomes a fascist state immediately. Because there's a bunch of institutions and protections that exist legally that make it so that a state, you need to wear away at those protections before you can make the state itself fascist, right? I think is it Hungary that's an example of this? I'm sorry, I think it might be Hungary. It might be. Is it Turkey? There's so many of these like petty despots in like nations that have like some degree of democratic process, but like they're really struggling to like make the entire state apparatus actually fascist, right? It takes work because you have to dismantle the existing structures, right? Like, so I remember looking at France and being like, oh wow, they have like nothing. There's nothing in place to prevent them from one bad election. Because like I think that they have like laws in the books that basically allow, I think it's the prime minister, it could be the president, to basically just declare themselves dictator for life. Like it's very, very easy in France to do that because their constitution just isn't very robust. Which explains maybe why they've had like 5 of them in the last 100 years. I'm just saying. The French are not very good at democracy. Just gonna say it. Famously so. Oh, but anyway, so the fascists were, and I do mean like the fascists, there was like a explicit fascist party that was going to win the most recent snap election that was called by the liberal government because they thought that they could win. And then it's like, oh no, we're going to lose this very badly. Anyway, so a coalition between like the leftists and the liberals was suggested and acted on, and they managed to prevent the far right from taking over the government with a significant like leftist plurality in the government. And the prime minister refused to agree to allow any of the leftists, like even like center left people, from being put into power, unilaterally declared that a center right politician is the new prime minister by himself. And because of the fact that liberals won't do anything to stop far right anything from happening, we now have a significant majority of liberals plus leftists, and the person who is the prime minister of the country of France is now a center-right politician from a dying political party. So why is the party dying? The party's dying because all of their constituents are fascists now. So they have left the party to join the fascist party. That was the big thing that was going on during that election. And so now you have a center-right politician that was unilaterally chosen by the prime minister, by the president, and who can't be, voted down because the liberals won't get rid of a center-right politician at any point. So none of the liberals will agree to vote against it, do a vote of no confidence against a center-right politician. A center-left politician, so many liberals will vote to do a vote of no confidence that the president feels, oh yeah, I can just tell you that you don't even get a vote. I can just say you don't even get a vote, and then use this as a flimsy excuse that nobody would agree to vote in a center-left politician, and that's it. This is pre-ICE. Crazy stuff. The modern world is spiraling so hard right now. It is an issue. But a lot of it just comes from fundamental tensions, where it's like the only way for a capitalist society to meaningfully become stable for any period of time is via the usage of externalities, right? So that is unfortunate. I accidentally hit somebody while I was just trying to heal up, and now I'm gonna die. Okay. Okay. I was just trying to fly over those and I got swapped. So what you see is when you first started having the rise of capitalism, the rise of capitalism coincides to a large degree with the rise of colonial imperialism, right? And the two of them are inextricably bound because people like Marx and honestly anybody will talk about the fundamental contradictions of capitalism, right? And we don't need to go too much into detail, but suffice to say, you cannot have political you cannot have political democracy without economic democracy. The economic authoritarianism, which is what capitalism is definitionally, because you have an individual who has control over the means of production, that is an authoritarian mechanism. So the workers in a business don't vote on who's in charge of that business. They're assigned, and what the business does is not chosen by the workers, it's chosen by the owners. This is the other thing, right? It's not arguable that a company is an authoritarian power structure, right? So the issue at hand is that there's some fundamental contradictions between the idea that you can have these two things at once, right? And eventually you end up with the workers rising up, or with it descending into monarchy or some other form of government. Capitalism descends inevitably into either socialism or fascism. Those are the two options that you have, right? Though that's not how Marx would have put it, obviously, because when Marx was around, I don't think fascism was a ideology that had been invented yet. but it's just fascism is capitalism in decline. So the so the way that capitalism forestalls its inevitable decline is by taking the working class that is most exploited and externalizing them as much as possible. It's really hard to do a revolution if you're on a different continent. It turns out it's really, really hard to win a war against a person whose seat of power is on the opposite end of the world. The colonial powers found this out. It was very, very useful for them that when they went overseas to start murdering a bunch of people, there was no risk that those people could turn things on them. They could fight and kill their soldiers, certainly, but you chose those soldiers to go there because you didn't care if they lived or died, right? That's why you sent them. You didn't go there yourself. The people who hold power stay at home. So this is a process. So the process of colonialism is massively forestalls because you can maintain a higher standard of living at home while externalizing the costs to other places, right? However, that's not economically efficient. The reason that you do that is because at home it's a lot harder to charge people nothing because they're right next to you. Like, it's harder to enslave people who are closer to you than people who are further away for a variety of logistical reasons. You'd think it would be the other way around, but no, because a person who's close to you can stab you in your sleep. So the slaves in Bangladesh are not going to stab American politicians in their sleep for the things that American politicians do to them. That's not a thing that can happen. If you tried to enslave people in the same way locally, that will inevitably happen. So a lot of it has to do with externalization of things, but there's limits to how long you can do that. Because the capitalists think that they deserve everything that they have, and they think that capitalism is like a natural state of the world. They think that their place in the world is not something that they very carefully have to manufacture via political propaganda and outright use of brute force. They think that it is natural that some people own everything and other people are forced to work to survive. They think that is the natural state of the world. And there's a variety of different means of propaganda that allow that to be the case. But it's not like capitalists know. Like, capitalists don't know economic theory any better than anybody else does. The capitalists don't know what they're doing. Some of them have some idea, but most of them have no fucking idea. A lot of them think that, like, oh yeah, the baristas who are, homeless because they can't afford to have a studio apartment on their salary, those people just need to work harder so that they can stop being baristas. And it's like, well, if they stop being baristas and everyone else stops being baristas, then you don't have any baristas, right? So some people can win in capitalism. You might even have an argument that says if you adjust the dials correctly, that everyone has the potential to be the one who wins that lottery, but you can't have everybody winning, right? Anyway, it's a whole thing. Basic gist is by externalizing, considering that it's explicitly an impossible task, and it was known to be an explicitly impossible task, and people used it as a joke to make fun of the kind of shit that capitalists would say. That was the point of it, was that it was actually impossible, and then the capitalists started saying it too. It's kind of like Machiavelli, right? Like, Machiavelli writes The Prince which is a satirical story about how shitty princes are. And then these days, a bunch of, edgy people with like thingamabobbers are are like acting like the prince is a way to have achieve good results. Like, oh yeah, if I do this, then that'll achieve good results, and definitely won't result in people making fun of me in writing about how shitty I am. That's definitely how this is gonna go. But yeah, but that's the thing also, is that like you cannot pull yourself upward by your bootstraps. It is a physical impossibility. No one can do it. It doesn't matter how strong you are. It has to do with the way that physics works. Right? Like you're not putting pressure in the correct direction to cause that to happen, right? Like it's not a thing. You need to be standing on the ground, and you use the ground to stand up. Everyone wants to forget the fact that there's a ground there, and that the ground is a core component to how high we are. And some people are lying down on a mountain, and some people are lying down in a valley. Not even just that, normal level. They're in, a ravine. They're at lower than expected value. Anyway, it's a whole thing. The random leftist tyrants. See, the thing is that I'm not a very good political speaker. When I talk about political philosophy and stuff like that, I have really severe ADHD. And I really struggle to remember what point I'm trying to make. And I don't have any, training in terms of, being rhetorically convincing. Because I never had to be terribly rhetorically convincing in my life. Because I'm very confident in myself, and I'm very, because I'm very white and very man, which is a part of it, but it's a fairly small part of it compared to just my attitude leans into the advantages that I have based off of that, right? Obviously, a woman who was confident in the same way that I'm confident would not be taken seriously in the way that I am, but a large portion of it is leaning into the way that the aesthetic makes people treat my opinions. And I have always had a pretty good vocabulary, and a lot of the time when I talk, I'm speaking incoherently, but obviously think that I know what I'm talking about. And we've established pretty comfortably over the last few years that if you say absolute crazy shit really confidently, people will just believe you regardless of whether what you're saying makes any sense. And the problem with that is that it means that I'm not terribly rhetorically effective, which matters when you're trying to convince people of things. If you are able to keep on topic and actually make a coherent point. I feel like a lot of my worldviews derive from coherent first principles, but if I ever try to explain them, it's just going to come out as so much gibberish. It's going to come out as so much gibberish. And the issue is that, I worry that if someone is convinced by the things that I'm saying, it's going to be for the wrong reasons, because I don't communicate well enough to justify someone being convinced by what I'm saying. It's an issue. I like talking about politics, but I also am always concerned when I talk about politics that I'm going to lead people to be I don't know that this guy knows what he's talking about, actually. Maybe I can just ignore what he's saying. because I'll just have some like dumb thing that I say that just like undermines my overall point.
I've never
Kind of like how I know quite a bit about Might and Magic, and then I'll occasionally start saying something, and it's like, no, I think you misremembered that slightly. You know, I don't think the queen is actually immune to physical damage. Actually, in vanilla, I think you're wrong about that. She has a host of immunities, but I don't think that's one of them. And I go, no. The queen's definitely immune to physical. Blah 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 blah. And it's like, you know, I do know quite a bit of random stuff about Might and Magic. Some of which is esoteric garbage that nobody else really knows because I'm the only person who had to deal with it. But I also have a terrible memory, and the specific... that is a big crafting item. I also have terrible memory, so I'm very prone to saying stupid shit in the process of things. Such is life. Such is life. Sometimes you're just a dope. Sometimes you're just a dope.
No match for me.
Yeah. It's really hard to learn about politics. It took me so long. I only started like identifying as a leftist fairly recently. Like, I feel like I had like the fact that money attracts money, the things that like the idea that like, you know, obviously a person who owns a bunch of capital is going to naturally gravitate more capital toward them because money is power. And so power allows you to acquire more power. Like, this is a pretty obvious fundamental place to start. But like any comprehension of actual like class dynamics and stuff like that, I had to learn very slowly, because the issue is that if you look in leftist spaces, you have people who say, you know, a few things that are like, okay, this conceptually makes sense to me. And then they'll explain the reasoning behind why they think that thing. And you go, oh, you're kind of dumb. Like, that's actually not a reasonable thing to say. And the problem, like the fundamental issue, I think, that you end up with in politics is that, like, there's no money in being correct in any sort of, like, political, like, educational sense or political media or whatever. There's no money in being correct. There's money in being useful to people who have money. And there's many different factions that have money. There's a lot of different factions, right? Like, Russia has a lot of money. China has a lot of money. The United States has a lot of money. Like, capitalists as a class have a lot of money. Some of that money, like, some of those people have different interests from each other and they're going to compete, right? Like, a person who sells electric vehicles doesn't necessarily have the same class interests as someone who sells diesel-powered vehicles, at least not at first, when it comes to certain very specific topics. They'll mostly align on most things. But in terms of things like global warming and stuff like that, there's value from an advertising perspective in holding different ideas, right? There's value in being... So you have a diversity of opinion in most, like, media spaces, but you don't... But none of them necessarily have a strong... There's no incentive to be correct for any of them. The incentive is always to agree with narratives that are useful to a given entity, right? Which makes things very, very difficult, right? Especially as things get more efficient, things get more, monopolized, et cetera, as more money gets put into like social media. There's like a lot. It's very difficult to find people who are just like, oh yeah, I'm like, I'm just here talking and saying the thing that I'm talking about, right? Like, and maybe I'll make some good points and maybe I'll make some bad points, but like, I don't have an incentive to have a certain type of point on a given issue. And the thing that's important about that is that there is no incentive, and there's no financial incentive anywhere on Earth to have a leftist perspective on anything. Like an actual, like, principled leftist perspective does not align with anybody's interests. It does not align with state interests. It does not align with capital interests. It does not align with your grandmother's interests. It does not align with your town's interests necessarily. In some cases it will, in some cases it won't, right? But like, those kinds of values are never going to be the most ruthlessly efficient thing to do to maximize your like finances in any sort of competitive market, because there's just no money in it. Like, because nobody's going to pay you to say stuff that makes the world just generically better. That's not a thing that anyone's going to pay you to do. The people are going to pay you to make the world better in ways that make them look good, potentially, right? And there's some money, like some individuals will put money into just making the world better. Like some people will go, you know what? I want the world to be a better place. I'm just going to spend some amount of money into creating an organization whose purpose is to investigate, such and such thing and make the world better. But how can you tell that person apart from anybody else? There's no way to tell them apart. Like, there's no way to tell, like, this tiny, because it's going to be tiny. An individual person can't make a big organization, right? Even, like, billionaires cannot make huge organizations. They can't finance that kind of thing. The world is, a billionaire has nothing compared to the finances of a state, right? Like, well, okay, that's not true. There's plenty of states in the world that have a lot of money, right? Or have a lot less money coming through them than, like, the theoretical value of some of the billionaires. But a lot of the billionaires don't have any real money anyway. Like, Elon Musk, as far as I can tell, doesn't actually have any money. Because the second he tries to actually extract any of the value that he has in his stocks, all the stocks immediately crumple to dust and they're worth nothing. So, like, his theoretical money is not real money, and it can never become real money. Like, there's no way for him to sell all of his Tesla stock and keep the money, because trying to sell who's going to buy it? Who's going to buy $100 billion worth of Tesla stock from Elon Musk? Right? Like, no one's doing it. Why would anybody do that? If he starts selling, the stock loses all of its value. So billionaires also just don't have nearly as much money as you'd think. They have a lot of power because of a lot of various reasons. But they have power disproportionate to their actual liquid assets, right? Billionaires don't have to pay for anything. It's very much like the landed gentry of ye olden times, right? But anyway, so the problem is that it's very hard to get good political information. You're certainly not going to get great political information out of me, because I am remembering half-remembered shit from me doing a bunch of research on a variety of different things, right? Like, a lot of my ideas about, like, how the world work are tied in with, like, deep dive research sessions that I did over the course of a few days 3 years ago, right? Like, my understanding of like the American colonies and the weird history of slavery in the United States, I have quite a lot of random information about that, and there's a lot of interesting stuff there, right? Like the fact that like racism wasn't explicitly tied to being black. Or, sorry, not racism. Slavery wasn't explicitly a thing that they did to black people until well into the process, right? And the reason that it happened is tied to like very complicated shit involving like the Catholic Church and like and the pre-existing like indentured servitude and slavery contracts that existed, where the slavery contracts were temporary contracts that had a payout at the end of the contract, and it was a way to like get into the new world, this, that, the other thing. And that only transitioned into like chattel slavery, like we think of the word, after like decades, I think, of like things like, oh, okay, this person has a slavery contract, they are owed a parcel of land, but we don't have the land to give them. There's no parcel of land to give them because it's currently occupied by people who own the land, because it turns out that we don't really own the land. The people who live there own the land. They just aren't Christians. Oops. So how are we going to deal with this? Okay, well, we're going to renege on that offer, and then we're going to do something. And there's a complex, history to all of the whole thing. Like, I think the explicit tying of, like, slavery and, like, the rights and privileges of, like, white people versus black people is tied to a revolt later on. This has happened multiple times, by the way. The being promised parcels of land and money sometime in the future is a thing that keeps happening in America. And people keep falling for it, and every time they fall for it, things get worse for racial minorities in America. No kidding. Like, weirdly, like, even, like, the GI Bill kind of falls into that. Like, they just keep doing it. This is, like, the greatest hits. Like, redlining and all that kind of stuff is actually very similar to the weird shit that they did early on. It's not a direct parallel, but there's some degree of parallel there. But anyway, basic justice, like, a lot of, like, the explicit, like, a lot of the really explicit racialization of black people in the United States it's not because people are racist. People become racist because there is a structural incentive to those in power to make people racist and to make racialized policies. That's the basic gist of it. So anyway, there was some revolt because the U.S. government was basically promising people parcels of land if, like, they could murder enough, like, indigenous people or something. I don't remember the specific details of it. Again, this is stuff that I researched a long time ago and don't remember the details of. This resulted in an uprising that, and I think this was the United States. I think this was post-colonial. I don't think this was during the colonial period, or not the colonial, the British governor period. A lot of this history happened during the British governance, but some of parts of it happened during, were explicitly America, right? Like, I think the United States itself, I believe, closed the loophole where in the British Empire it was illegal to enslave a Christian, I believe, is my understanding. And so if a slave converted to Christianity, they couldn't stay a slave, they converted. So I believe it was specifically the United States that closed that loophole so that you could keep your slaves and have them become Protestant. So you could force someone to be Protestant and enslave them. I believe that was a United States original. But all the politics of this period of history kind of get, like, dumbed down a lot because it's all really complicated and it happens over the course of decades. And I'm certainly doing a bad job of explaining it. But yeah, people are terrible to disabled people. Like like governments are very bad to like anyone that is in a position of weakness, so to speak. Any type of marginalization, any lever that can be used against you will tend to get used against you. Whether it's a lack of social capital, whether it's a lack of physical capital, like all of these things, and that tends to lead to a lack of social capital, especially in places like the United States, right? Like the Protestant work ethic is not normal. Like the whole idea that through work you achieve like godliness, that whole crazy thing, that's like I think pretty explicitly like there as like a thing they convinced slaves of because they needed the slaves to not rebel. Like, bear in mind, American forms of Christianity are really weird compared to the European ones. The American, like, the unique American variants are real weird. When you go overseas, you see how fucking weird the American versions are, where it's like, oh yes, there's a church here. Oh, this is some weird creepy cult. Oh, it's an American denomination. Interesting. And you see, like, the non-American denominations, there's like, oh yeah, we disagree about this weird random thing. And then it's like, you look at the American denominations and they're like, ah, yes. The only way to heaven is to subjugate yourself to, like, our God King, so-and-so. Here's a bunch of weird random rules you have to follow. I think part of that has to do, I think honestly part of that has to do with the weird, like, religious liberties that America had that nobody else had. Where it was like, oh yeah, you're allowed to do whatever you want religiously because we're all a bunch of different, like in the Americas, everyone was a heretic, pretty much, like, by definition. Everyone who was a Christian was some weird variant of heretic. There weren't any, like, Catholics or Anglicans getting sent to the colonies, okay? Like, that, that's not who they were shipping off on boats. They were sending people who were heretics. Certainly within, like, the British sphere. The British sphere was sending off the people who were considered heretics at home. That's why there's not a strong Anglican tradition in America, because they didn't send the Anglicans off. Anyway. Anyway, it's a whole thing, but anyway, so it's possible that as a result of that, it led to the specific policies where, like, if a person does a lot of things, there's a lot of things that a person can do to you that are explicitly criminal unless they're a priest, and then it stops being criminal because they're a priest. That's like the way the law works in America, and it's the way the law always has worked in America. There's a lot of, like, exemptions that churches get that nobody else gets, right? Obviously, like, the lack of taxation is one. This, that, or the other thing. And the lack of taxation is, I think, pretty clearly the reason why you get the prosperity gospel shit out of the Americas specifically, is because the prosperity gospel shit is, like, a really classic, like, scam, right? Like, it's very classic scam to be like, ah, yes, if you give me money, I will do magic that will heal you. Like, that's obviously, like, a scam. Like, the person who is running the scam knows that they're lying, and they're not able to do magic, right? But in America, that's legal. So if you're running a scam in America, you are always going to run it through a church, right? And you're specifically going to run it through a Christian church, right? Because the rules that protect religion don't protect pretty much anything that isn't like a Christian denomination for the most part. Like there's a bit of protection for other religions. The protection is a lot stronger for anyone who has Jesus in the title than it is for anybody else. Like let's be pretty clear on this. But anyway, so there's reasons why it is that America is the origin point of so many weird cults specifically. However, I want to be clear that I don't know all those reasons, and I don't think anybody does. It's complicated. There's a complicated relationship that is tied in with like a bunch of different stuff. America's also fairly unique in having this like and when I say America in this case, and only this case, most of the time I'm talking about the United States, but sometimes when I'm talking about America, I am actually talking about the Americas generally. The Americas have a weird relationship with colonialism because the Americas are kind of the only place where you just have the colonial powers living alongside the colonized. Like, basically, like, right next to each other. That's a very unusual thing to have happen in, like, a modern colonial state. And it's not really, like, it's not a thing anymore in the sense of, like, the modern project is not a colonial project in the same way. However, while it's not a modern colonial project in the same way that, like, South Africa was until very recently, or Rhodesia, or Israel, or all these other places that are, like, pretty clear-cut settler colonial situations, you do still have this thing that happens with them that doesn't happen with, like, as an example, Europe. Whereas, like, when Europe pulls out of the colonies and stops enslaving the colonies, the people that they enslaved are still in Africa and Asia and the Americas. Whereas in the United States, if you stop enslaving someone, they're your neighbor still. They live right next door. You're not like going from a slave relationship to no relationship, or to an economic relationship on a state level. You're going from an enslavement relationship to, okay, so now we're just supposed to tolerate each other. And this is something that's, like, fairly unique to the Americas. There are some other situations that are, like, obviously starting to come into play that are similar. So, like, South Africa in 50 years might have a similar dynamic, except in 50 years, South Africa won't have a similar dynamic because, like, the power... Well, no, it probably will still, because a lot of the power is still centralized. Like, a disproportionate amount of power is still centralized in white people in America, in South Africa. So South Africa will eventually have that kind of a relationship, where it's like, oh yeah, you know, like, we have long-standing, you know, oddities that are derived from this pre-existing power relationship that we kind of transitioned out of, but also, can you ever really fully transition out of that power relationship? Like, that power relationship will always impact you in some way. Like, you can never, like... You can never go to a situation where that didn't happen, or where it might as well have never happened. There's no way to get there. You just have, like, that as a part of your history, and it complicates, like, everything from then on, right? And there's good ways to, like, work with that understanding. There's good ways to do good things, but, like, you're not gonna, like, get to a point where it's as if it didn't happen. Certainly not any time in, like, the next 150 years, right? And almost certainly not even then, because it's not like the steps being made are going to be aggressive enough to make that stop being the case. Though, I mean, it can happen actually, but it's hard, right? Like I would say that there's a lot of progress being made in Singapore toward like that kind of a thing, but Singapore is very aggressive, like way more so than most places in terms of like trying to achieve like egalitarian and like equitable treatment for everybody. They're very aggressive in that regard, and the people that are currently in power demographically are not the same people who were demographically in charge and in power 100 years ago. Like the British aren't in power here anymore. It's not white people who are in power here. It's Chinese people who are in power here. Like Singaporean Chinese people are the people who are in power here. And the way that they're in power is through the fact that they're the bulk of the population, and the political parties are, you know,
I don't know.
the political parties are kind of weird, and there's a lot of weird shit. There's a lot of like rabble rousing to their neighbors that causes all sorts of problems. Or like, it's a whole thing. It's a bunch of complicated nonsense, is what it is. The world shouldn't be this complicated.
I've never seen one.
I don't know.
But yeah, like because there were like racial riots and things like that were happening, like during the bad times, and I generally associate like racial riots with like dominant power structures, like getting an excuse to kill a bunch of ethnic minorities. Like that's what I generally associate with racial riots. Like what happened in the UK recently, the racial riots there, where it's just like a bunch of white supremacists like trying to kill a bunch of, you know, brown and black people. That kind of thing is what I typically associate with racial riots. But here in Singapore, it was actually like weird and more complicated than that, because like locally you have a Chinese majority power, but then you also have Malaysia pulling a bunch of weird shit, like to sort of like radicalize the Malay minority, because like Malaysia is explicitly like their explicit policies are like about ethnic supremacy, right? Like they're ethno-nationalists. And by they are ethno-nationalists, I mean the political party that is in power in Malaysia is an ethno-nationalist power with an ethno-nationalist project, right? That is just explicitly the case. They would not argue on that because that is their policies, right? They're not fascist. I don't think I wouldn't describe them as fascist, but they are ethno-nationalists. They're different things, right? The power structures that they're looking to have are not fascist power structures, but they are still ethno-nationalists. And so anyway, so you have this explicit ethno-national state that's right nearby. That's a very powerful entity, both militarily and economically and socially in Singapore. And you end up with this weird thing where it's like, oh wait, there were racial riots where the minorities actually did just like do a riot because they were convinced by a foreign power that they should, basically, right? Like it was mostly like propaganda made by the Malaysian government that was either lies or not lies, but not things that are good, right? Like it's like, oh, okay, well, you know, some of the people involved want like an ethno-nationalist project in Singapore. Most of them don't, right? But some of them did, and it was like a whole thing. I was like, oh, this is wild. This is so much more complicated than I'm used to these kinds of things really being, because you have this other state actor in play who is trying to accomplish an ethno-nationalist project at the same time. The whole thing's very weird. But that has led to the government, I think, being way less egalitarian than they pretend to be. Don't sue me, Singapore. For reasons that, like, for some reasons that are like, you know, national security is a concern, right? and it has influenced so much of Singapore policy. Like Singapore has a conscription of every of every person at 18. Every man at 18 is conscripted. So, and some women, because it's being trans is not a guarantee that you're not going to be conscripted. But but the reason for that, to
What is it?
a large degree, is because Malaysia kept threatening to annex the country. Like Malaysia kept threatening to basically come in and kill all the Chinese people in the country.
Have no fear.
Oop! We have made a mistake. Mistakes were made. Can I survive? We don't know. So how about these ogres, huh? I hope people are enjoying this random side tangent, by the way. I do want to be enjoyable. Ooh, that is way healthier than I would like you to be, actually. I would like to fly away. We're not going to succeed at that. Let's see if we can get away now. Whoop. Oh, boy. Ooh, boy. Nope, this is fine. This is fine. Okay. We're in the green. Whew, okay. That was concerning. So you're what, drunk? Alright. Let's see. I've played a lot of games. I'm currently playing Elden Ring. I'm finally starting to get into the expansion of it. I was debating streaming it for a while, but then I just eventually decided to just start playing it myself. And so I've been periodically playing that with on the couch with my wife. There are people attacking you.
Can't identify that.
That's concerning.
I don't know.
I got that kill, right?
I can't identify that.
I don't think these are taking too much damage, so I imagine that I probably got that kill. Let's hope. But yeah, I'm doing Elden Ring. I'm doing a very relaxed style of playing Elden Ring. I've been using summons, which has been very funny, because I'm just like, if I'm playing this and my wife is watching, and we're just hanging out on the couch, if I'm sitting in front of the same boss for 3 hours, she's going to get bored of that scenery, and she's not going to want to, hang out on the couch anymore playing Elden Ring. She's going to demand that we do something else. So I've been using summons. It's been very funny. I have a bird summon. It's very fun. It's very, very crazy. The bird is so good. Like, legitimately, like,
Tis but a scratch.
there's so many enemies in the game that just cannot handle the bird because the bird's flying, and there's a lot of like attacks that simply cannot hit a flying enemy. So like the bird cannot be hit by any of the like ground attacks that anybody uses, and also because it's a bird,
Tis but a scratch.
like it has a lot of like swooping attacks and things like that that make it go
I've never seen
in and out of combat in ways that like some enemy attack chains just cannot handle. And so there's been quite a few enemies, like some of the bosses just get like obliterated. I'm like, I think that my bird can solo this enemy actually. I feel like my bird could just deal with this. Not because its stats are so high, but just because it's like, oh yeah, you can't meaningfully respond to the shit that my bird is doing to you. It turns every fight into a much different type of fight. One thing that's very cool, actually, that I did not realize is that were you aware that there's like a lot of really cool animations that bosses have in Dark Souls and Elden Ring and stuff like that. They have all sorts of cool attacks. I had no idea because the only thing that I ever see is their butt crack. My entire field of view is taken up by the butt crack of this thing, and maybe like a portion of its thigh moves in a very specific way. And because its thigh moved in that very specific way, I know what attack is going to be coming. And then maybe I see like a glimpse of a weapon. This is a slight exaggeration, very slight exaggeration of how this shit works. But but like it turns out they have all these really cool attack chains, and if you're like 30 feet away when they start using them, it looks real cool actually. And so if you can just like disengage and they don't chase you and stay directly on top of you, and they instead start picking a fight with your bird, as they're trying to swat your bird out of the sky, they'll do all this crazy cool shit that looks amazing. It's very fun. I don't think you can do like an actual summoner build really in Elden Ring, because I think you can only summon one thing at a time, no matter. And I don't think you can like re-summon after you've summoned. So it's like you're picking basically like it's the equivalent of picking a like an NPC to join you for the fight. If that makes any sense? As opposed to being like a proper summoner build like you'd expect from a lot of games. That would be my thinking on it. Now you could do a ranged build that is a lot safer because of the fact that you have the summons, right? Like obviously it makes playing a ranged build way more easy to deal with. But I'm not sure if you can go like full-on summon build like you would with like a necromancer or something in a lot of other games. Okay, this one is the one that's lowest. I'm gonna try to just burn this. Okay, it's not the one that's lowest. Apparently, I thought I was right-clicking on this thing's chest, and I was right-clicking. I thought the other one was. Yeah, so the build that I have for my current character is I'm just increasing every stat equally. And it really calls attention to how, like, you can kind of just do whatever the hell you want in these games. The stats don't really do that much for you, for the most part. Now, HP does. Vigor increases your survivability by an absolutely huge amount. But, like, once you get past 20... a stat just doesn't have that much that it's, like, gonna do for you. So yeah. Yeah, I feel like the Dark Souls games tend to be pretty intimidating to people. I play them, like, very casually for me, right? Like, the way that I play the Souls games is very much just chill vibes. Like, I die horribly plenty. Like, it's not like the expectation with a Dark Souls game is that you're gonna die a bunch. So to me, it's, like, easy to get into because, like, there isn't the expectation of success on each time. I feel like a lot of games are built in such a way that the game doesn't expect you to ever lose a fight. So if the game is hard, right, the fundamental building blocks of the game kind of break down a bit. So, like, if you play on a higher difficulty setting in a lot of games, the entire structure of the game falls apart. Because they don't think about, oh, should we have a checkpoint here? Because it's like, oh, well, you're not expected to ever lose a fight. So why would we need a checkpoint here? Right? In testing, we never had to think about that, right? And with the advent of, like, the, like, certain, like kind of like in the Gamergate era to about Gamergate, there was this sort of like toxic culture of the hardcore gamer that picked up root and picked up steam that really incentivized a lot of developers to tack a difficulty system onto their game that didn't need one and shouldn't have had one. And so I do feel like but like the FromSoft games, like like Demon Souls, Dark Souls, these kinds of games are very fair in like a very specific way, and they are designed with the expectation that you're going to die a lot. So because they're designed from that fundamental expectation, things like getting back to your body are interesting challenges. It's not like, oh, I just lost a bunch of progress. It's like, okay, well, I now know this environment. I now know what enemies are in it. How do I quickly get attempts in on this boss? How do I optimize for getting attempts in and stuff like that? So I will say, this is not an attempt to convince you that everybody needs to play Dark Souls, because they absolutely don't. I will just say that a lot of people who don't like the sort of like toxic obsession with difficulty and difficulty settings in other games might be able to enjoy Dark Souls then in a way that they would not expect, because a lot of people who are like, oh, this game is so hard. The game isn't hard, it's punishing, right? Like, there's a lot of games that are just not very hard, they're just punishing. The amount of arguments that I ended up having to get into in like the 2010s about like what makes a thing difficult was incredibly tiring. It's not like WoW. It's a level design thing, right? So like if you die on a boss, you now know where the boss room is. There's a decent probability that there's a way to skip absolutely everything between where you just respawned at and the boss. There's a pathway you can take now that you know where the boss is. There's a pathway that you can get that will get you back to the boss in under a minute, right? And so there's this different like play style that you're doing when you're trying to get back to your body. I do think that something that Elden Ring does well that I think the earlier games did not is that in Elden Ring you know when you're fighting a boss. You know that a boss is coming. They're not springing a boss on you. The thing that's important about bosses is that you can't get your body back without getting to the boss, right? So like, and then once you've got your boss, you can't leave the boss room. There's ways to get your souls out of a boss room without killing the boss, but there's limited ways to get your souls out of a boss room without killing the boss, right? You're not guaranteed to have access to that at any given boss. But the game tells you that you're going to fight a boss, and because of the fact that, for the most part, you can skip everything leading up to a boss, what you can do is you can just play safe, save up your souls, level up. You now don't have any souls to lose because you just spent them all, and then you skip everything right to the boss, fight the boss. If you fail 100 times, you don't have to care because you're not losing anything on the failures, right? So there's stakes to loss that I think are fine. I could take or leave the souls mechanic in terms of like being able to lose your soul at a thing. The game would be, I wouldn't turn it off if it was removed, because I think it's an interesting play style. It's an interesting thing that you have to deal with, and creates a just a new challenge for the like other when you're approaching the bosses again, that I think is fun, and also leads to making the boss approach. It pushes the player toward a play style that's more interesting. Because if you have, let's see. Does Breath of the Wild have Souls-like components? Nope. Who's on me? Nobody. Let's see. What are the Souls-like mechanics in Zelda? Well, that's fine. I'm curious what it is that you're associating with Souls games. Is it the durability system? Let's see. Oh yeah, I can see that. Like Dark Souls has a very specific type of combat system. Yeah, there's definitely a similarity there. I would say that it's probably somewhat influenced. I haven't played a ton of that. I played is it Breath of the Wild? It's probably Breath of the Wild, right? Breath of the Wild. I played Breath of the Wild at a friend's place because they wanted to see the ending and their boyfriend wasn't willing to finish the game or something, or was just taking too long to get around to it. So while we were visiting, I just dicked around with the game for a while and did none of the content in the game and skipped so much of it and then just dove the final boss and just... There's basically a bunch of sub-bosses that are at the end of like specific dungeons and stuff like that you have to fight over the course of the game. And I was only there for a little bit. I wasn't there for a long time. And eventually I was just like, I can kind of just go straight to the ending of the game, right? I'm just going to see what happens if I go to the final... Like, where am I going to run into a wall? And then I never ran into a wall. What I ran into instead was, oh, in order to fight the final boss, you have to kill every other boss in the game in a row. Okay. So anyway, so I did the boss rush and beat the game. I did the boss rush and beat the game that way because I just didn't have time to do it the other way. And it was kind of fun because I was trying to figure out how some of the bosses worked, and I had no idea because it's you're probably not supposed to be doing it that way. Thus the reason the entire game exists. And so as a result of that, I had no understanding of how these mechanics worked because I wasn't introduced to the mechanic during their dungeon. I never went into their dungeon. All of the carefully put together stuff. Yeah, I could definitely see that game having Dark Souls elements. I didn't like the durability system in that game. I am generally just not a fan of durability systems. So... I mean, I don't mind durability systems as long as there's, some interesting component to it. But, the disposable weapon trope, I'm just not into it. I find the disposable weapon trope, where you have to pick up a weapon and then you just, lose it over time, is I'd rather just if you're gonna do this shit to me, then I'm playing unarmed. I'm that's my whole deal, is I would much rather just play through this entire game with my bare hands, which, I've done, than have a system where I'm supposed to just replace everything eventually. Okie dokie. Yeah, it basically goes on cooldown, which is also kind of dull. But also, I think the Master Sword... the Master Sword requires that you have so many hearts. In order to get the Master Sword, you really need to, have cleared quite a bit of stuff. You can still use it, it's just complete garbage when when it's on cooldown. You can still hit people with it, it just doesn't do any damage. I don't know if it's equivalent to a stick, or to just like a garbage weapon or whatever, but it's not a good weapon to use. But I did end up using it quite a bit, just because it's like... What, you expect me to farm up a bunch of weapons that I'm gonna, like, lose over time? No. I have all these really good, strong weapons with low durability that I'm just gonna use when I'm fighting, like, an enemy that I can't kill by whittling it to death with a Master Sword. Yep. Not a fan of durability systems. Yeah, why can we not simply have the Ashbringer? Why not? But I don't have any idea why they felt the need to add a durability-based weapon system to a game where you typically have 3 swords in the entire game. And one of them is literally made out of wood. But, you know, people seem to like those games. People seem to enjoy them. They're kind of like a 3D Zelda game. But it is funny, because I saw when it came out, and I was like, oh, you know, I like the Zelda games. I like most Zelda games that I've ever played. And when I saw the Breath of the Wild coming out, I was like, I don't have any interest in any of this. None of this sounds like what I want in a Zelda game. You know? Let's see. Yeah, I think that durability was something that developers came up with as a thing that they were very excited about. And I think that maybe part of it was there was probably some game that came out with a really cool and really interesting thing that they did with durability. There was some masterpiece that did some crazy and interesting stuff with durability. And then everybody was like, oh, durability is great. It's like, well, no, this thing that this one company did with durability was really interesting and cool. And that doesn't mean that as a mechanic, if you add it, it just makes any game better. But that does seem to be kind of the way that, like, AAA everything works. Because it's the way the movie industry works, too. Is the movie industry will hear, like, oh, you know, bugs are really in this year. Here, let's make 3 movies about bugs because that one did really well. And then they go, oh, well, oh, the 16 follow-up bug movies that we made didn't do so hot. I guess bug movies are out now. We should just not ever make another movie that involves insects. And then for 20 years nobody makes another movie. I think that happened to the pirates genre. I think that happened to westerns. It's happened to a lot of genres where like the film companies just randomly declare that they're dead now, and they just don't make them anymore because one movie bombed. It obviously happens all the time with stuff like, you know, oh, a movie that we didn't advertise and nobody knew existed didn't do very well, and it had, you know, a black lead character, so we can't make any movies that have a black lead anymore because they don't sell. Or a woman, or whatever, right? That's very common. It just keeps happening. There's a lot of issues with people making interesting movies, and then they're marketed badly or not at all. and then nobody knows it exists. And then 30 years later, people find out that this movie exists, and they watch it and they go, "Oh, that was really good, actually. Why did I never hear about this?" Why did I never hear about this movie? This is a great movie. This is cool. This is a cool movie. But yeah, I do think that we need... I think that any mechanic really does require a justification for why you're putting it in.
That wasn't so bad.
And sometimes the justification is because we want to make some bullshit where there are 50 billion subsystems that you can tinker with to your leisure. And they all do some little piddling stuff. But it lets a certain type of person fiddle around with numbers, and that's the entire justification for why we have all these systems. We need to come up with an excuse to have another number that they can fiddle with, right? So sometimes that's the reason, is because what you're going for is you're targeting a very specific type of person who wants to do fun things with numbers and just needs you know, you to give me a bunch of numbers, that hypothetical person a bunch of numbers to play with. And
Yes.
not me, it's just some other person who just likes fiddling with numbers. I've been playing this idle game for like, I don't know, a couple months now, I think. And it's been very interesting seeing the way that like the game design of it and how much better it is than another game that I started playing for a little bit because someone mentioned it or something on some video and the theme was interesting. So I was like, oh, this could be interesting to, you know, to look at for a little bit. And just seeing like the difference in like the theming and the game design and this, that, or the other thing that went into these two different projects, and just being like, wow, this is a really good, you know, way to like lead into all of these different systems and like to, you know, to like approach it. So for those who don't know, most idle games are like, they involve like a respawn mechanic or like a go back to one mechanic where you like are resetting your progress, except you're not resetting all your progress. You're retaining some things, and there's benefits to doing that. And I remember the cycles that this game encourages, the way that it encourages the development of different, like, the way that it encourages you to do different types of cycles at different times and the lead into different types of things. I just thought it was really impressive. Because it's like, oh, like right as you're getting access to this mechanic that, so like at the start of the game, like you're kind of encouraged to like basically reset every hour. Ascension or Prestige? I actually don't recognize either of those terms from any of the games that I've played. But I don't know, because I don't talk to other people who play idle games. But in this game that is so good, the thing that increases when you respawn, the number that goes up, the number that you make go up, its name is Number. It's called Number in all capitals. And it's just a straight up multiplier on your attack and defense stats that goes up according to like a complex formula every time you reincarnate, basically. And so you have that whole thing, and then like it's like a whole deal. I don't think it's quite like that, because that to me reminds me of stuff like Overwatch and stuff like that. More so, it's like, and no, it's fundamentally a different thing. So the way that it works is, because yes, I understand what you're talking about, like getting to a specific point and then you have beaten that section, and you go back to the start of like with like a new game plus, right? It's not a new game plus style thing. It is a it's basically like a multiplier on certain kinds of mechanics that you have when you reincarnate that allows you to do to get further the next time before you start falling off. Because idle games are fundamentally about like reaching the limits that you can progress. Where it's like, so to give an example, in this game, everything basically ties in with orders of magnitude, right? So at 10 seconds, you have 10 times as much progress as you will at 100 seconds, right? Sorry, at 1 second. And then at 100 seconds, you have 10 times as much. But you have 10 times as much as you just had. And so since the bosses and things are scaling in orders of magnitude for the most part, you don't, like, doubling your power does nothing. You need to increase your power by an order of magnitude. Every time you increase by an order of magnitude, you're basically getting access to a new boss or whatever, right? But that requires an exponential growth, right? In your base power. Like, you have to keep growing exponentially, but you don't grow exponentially. You grow linearly. So how do you bring these two bridges together? And the way that this works is that there's like a multiplier value on that increases as you make progress, and then you reset back to the beginning, and you have more stuff. And I'm not positive, like what this like prestige thing that you're talking about is. Like, I literally just don't know. It might be a similar mechanic. It sounds different to me. Like, I get a different vibe off of that, which is more of like the new game plus style thing. Because the other thing that's fun about the number is that number can go back down. And when you beat one of the bosses, so basically if you reincarnate too early, because it's just the number is calculated based off of a bunch of factors, and if the calculated number is lower than your current number when you reincarnate, it just goes down. You just have a lower number for the next respawn. You can reset it all the way back to 1 if you wanted, just by. I mean, you could try. I don't know if you could, because you can only do it. You have to wait 3 minutes before you can reincarnate. I don't know if you could get it consistently back all the way to 1, but you can lower it basically all the way you want. And anyway, they introduced a bunch of mechanics where it's like the most coherent place to respawn is at the 1 hour mark. That's when you're generally going to want to restart respawn back to the beginning. For like at the beginning, right? That's actually not true. At the beginning, you're more likely to want to do it pretty quick because you're going to start accumulating stuff. For your first reincarnation, you probably want to do it fairly early. But after that, you're going to want to wait an hour because that maximizes certain numbers. But then later on in the game, they start introducing stuff that is on a 24-hour cycle. And so you want to be respawning on a 24-hour cycle. And the way that they like slowly push you into you need to wait longer on a given cycle, you can't just respawn every hour and continue to progress, was, I think, very interesting and very delightful. So, anyway. Hey, Tape Drive. Oh, shit, it's 103. I didn't notice. Do we want to clear the rest? Well, let's clear the rest of this pack, and then we'll... Or not the rest of this pack. We'll just clear the rest of this exterior, and then we'll come back here tomorrow. But yeah. Anyway, I find it interesting when you are kind of like led into the kinds of play styles that basically like you're lured into doing certain things that make the thing better without it being tied explicitly to that thing. It's not like, oh, I'm going to put like a hint for this puzzle. It's over time, this mechanic, over time, one of the mechanics will scale in a way that makes it so that it takes longer and longer to be able to make progress in that mechanic in terms of like on an individual life. And then if the player wants to like engage with that mechanic, they'll naturally cycle to what are the other like key timestamps that are of relevance to me. What are the other what are the longer cycles that I could be doing, and not just doing like 12-minute or 60-minute cycles. And thinking about things in terms of like it's not always optimal to reincarnate at exactly the 1 hour mark when this one mechanic that I learned at the very beginning maxes out. It's actually best to choose a different respawn depending on this other thing. Anyway, there's a lot of stuff that leads in. But yeah, one of the things that is a mechanic that I really appreciate is that they have this thing called challenge. They have challenges in the game, and the challenges reset number to 1. So you have to restart from 1 with the number. And it's super interesting to play with because it's like, oh, okay, so now you're introducing the concept that number is not the be-all, end-all of your progress in this game because, you know, it took you however long it took you to get to this boss the first time, and now you just have a challenge to get to this boss again, and it's like, oh, that seemed a lot faster than it was the first time. And then doing that unlocks a new challenge to beat that same boss within 24 hours, which is very doable by the time you've already gotten to that boss twice, because there's other mechanics in the game that empower you permanently through respawns, and the whole thing, it's delightful. I love tinkering with bullshit numbers. You know, it's my favorite pastime. Oh boy. The one issue that I run into with my life is that most of the stuff, like a lot of the stuff that I really love is tied in with like RPG mechanics that are associated with like very narrative heavy, like story driven games. But I don't want to play the narrative heavy story driven game because like most stories either bore me. Boring me is actually less common. Most stories either make me cringe because it's like, oh, this is not really for me anymore, for a variety of reasons, or just are like, oh, this is for me and I can't play you because you make me too sad. Hello, Disco Elysium, how are you? No, I still haven't beaten you. No, I still haven't gotten past like the very beginning of the game. Why would I have gotten past the very beginning of the game? You're so fucking depressing and so beautiful and wonderful as a piece of art that I cannot play because you're too fucking depressing. Why are you depressing? Because you're beautiful. Fucking Disco Elysium. Oh man, it's one of these days I'm gonna play Disco Elysium. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. I have so many friends waiting for me to play Disco Elysium so they can talk to me about it, and it's just like, you know, I tried. I'll get out. You know, we'll get through Disco Elysium eventually. But in a game like Disco Elysium, I don't want to play Disco Elysium and also be dealing with like the complex, like nitty-gritty number crunching bullshit that I would do. Is the problem that like I associate with those kinds of games. Like, so like when I'm doing the number crunchy shit, I don't want a game that has a really cool and beautiful story, because I feel like I'm doing a disservice to that component of the game to just be dicking around with spreadsheets for 16 hours going, okay, so I can get a 0.1% boost to this thing if I do this little, just a little bit. And then I could do this interesting combination of factors. And if I'm dicking around like that for a billion hours, I'm not going to remember what the plot is. It's terrible. It's terrible. This is a bad association. We shouldn't associate these two genres. Oof, crosscode. I might be able to go back to that at some point. I'll have to figure out what the fuck I'm gonna do with that control scheme. I don't know. That boss in the volcano was really annoying. Basically, if I was going to go back to that, I would have to pre-play a bit of it to figure out what combination setup I'm going to do to make things work. And then just deal with the whole, like, Capcom boss nature of it. Which would be... I mean, I can. Because I thought the plot of Crosscode was pretty interesting from what I saw of it. But, like, the gameplay of it just really, I found very, very frustrating. There was a lot of elements of, like, okay, well, we're gonna...
I don't know it.
'Tis but a scratch.
We're gonna give you 3 new things that you can do right now. And... one of them will arbitrarily have a mechanic that it normally does, like, turned off, and another that does not normally do this thing will turn it on for this particular spot. Right? Because I think... so the problem that I had with the volcano boss, if I recall correctly, was that I'm supposed to interrupt a charge effect by going up and meleeing the enemy. But melee attacks don't interrupt enemies. Only charged shots interrupt enemies, in general. So you're having to come up with the solution to a puzzle where you're guessing what rules are being broken in the normal context of the thing in this particular section to arrive at the one specific solution that is the only way to progress, because the boss, like, basically completely heals itself if you don't do the one thing that you need to do to interrupt it from doing it. And I just found it so irritating that I think that was, like, the last straw for me, right? Because there had been multiple things that I'd been bothered about in the past before that point. I hated the control scheme. The control scheme irritated the hell out of me. I can probably fix the control scheme at some point. Like, I can probably come up with a thing that will kind of work. But I think part of the issue was desiring to do a mostly... Did I beat the Sand Shark boss? Did I? I thought the Sand Shark boss was before that volcano boss. I thought I eventually got the Sand Shark boss down. I don't remember what the Sand Shark was doing that irritated me nearly to the same degree as I was irritated by that volcano boss. Like, that volcano boss left a real sour taste in my mouth. Like, I might have progressed further than that point, but that was the breaking point for me. In terms of, like, the point where I was like, I don't know that I desire to continue, I think that was the first moment where I'm like, oh, I did not read your mind about how you have twisted these mechanics. Yeah, I really, God, I was real annoyed with that game. And some of that was because I was playing the game in a way... like, I wanted to play the game that I wanted to play, and that was not a game that you're allowed to play in that game. Like, I think that the game is pretty explicit that you kind of have to play the game as a ranged build that occasionally melees. And because melee just doesn't have any... There's no interrupts in melee. There's no, like... There's no, like... I don't remember if there was like no strong way to interact with like a lot of mechanics using melee, so you were really forced into using ranged quite a bit. And I didn't want to. I wanted to just melee things. I didn't want to. Oh, one of the things that irritated the hell out of me was the fact that if you aren't moving, there was like no way to move the dodge button away from the shield button. So if you weren't moving and you hit the dodge button, you would automatically shield. Right?
Yes.
I think that was one of the things that, because it kept killing me. I kept getting killed when I would try to dodge because I'm pressing a direction and the dodge button at the same time. And in most games, doing that will register the two happening close enough together that it interprets the behavior as a dodge in this direction. But the shield being also on that button meant that it instead activates the shield, so I shield for a fraction of a second and then die instantly because I'm not doing the dodge. That kept killing me. It's why in like in Kingdom Hearts I never have the there's one of the I never put dodge as a skill on in Kingdom Hearts because I would have to stop moving to use deflect. Whereas if I don't have,
Never seen one before.
oh shit, there's a swapper here. I forgot about you. Ooh, I might die. Whoop. Whereas if I don't have that ability, then if I don't have the dodge ability in play, then I can just deflect whenever I want. Like it changes the usage of the key from a single usage key to a dual usage key if you have both of those equipped at the same time. And I don't like I like when I press a button I want the thing to happen. I don't want this context sensitive bullshit. I don't need no context sensitive nonsense. And that's not necessarily a design flaw, but not being able to desync those two buttons away from each other is a design problem. Anyway. Yeah, I remember the plot being really interesting. Like, I remember really being intrigued by what was happening and enjoying the characters. I think I had some character that I was using, like, a French voice for. Like, I was enjoying the plot. I was curious what was going to happen. And then I just got so annoyed. Got so annoyed. I have very strong opinions about very specific things. Do not mess with my little special interests. They'll cause problems. It'll cause problems. Yeah, that is something to consider getting into again. I think that if I got into that game and did not get myself into the headspace of trying to do a melee build, I would have an easier time with my approach to the way that the game handles stuff. Because I would just never melee, right? Because melee, I think, is really bad in that game. Like, just as a general case, like, melee is a thing that you do when the game tells you now is the time to walk to the enemy and hit them, as opposed to a viable combat strategy. Because there's no hit stun, the enemies will just attack you through your hits. The attack chains take forever, and like it just interferes with your ability to do very much. So if I were to like try like a primary range build instead, I would probably find it more agreeable in that context. One thing that I think there was a great thing that Brennan Lee Mulligan said during one of some interview with him. He said this multiple times, but there was something that he talked about when he was talking about the way that he designs encounters. Is that he doesn't design his encounters with a solution in mind. Like, his players have the toolkit that they have, and he presumes that his players are going to find an interesting solution with the toolkit that they have, and then he designs the combat to just be hard, right? He's like, okay, I'm just going to make, a difficult encounter that is, yada, yada, yada. But it's not like, okay, well, you're not expecting, like, okay, well, this player will use this ability, and that's the solution to the encounter. And that's not the way that he designs encounters, because if the players don't read your mind about how to do the encounter, then you can make the encounter unwinnable if you hard code in a solution, right? It's also just leads to a less interesting encounter. And it was interesting because I've been talking about like Capcom bosses for a large portion of my time playing video games, which I refer to describe like bosses that have a correct solution, where it's like, do this thing in this order, and that is the solution to this boss, right? That is how you deal with this boss, is you do this exact thing. You have a toolkit of things that feel like they should be able to interact with a mechanic. You might even have the boss behave as if you're making progress. This famously happens in Resident Evil 5, I think, one of the final bosses of the game. If you blast with enough rockets, will start acting injured as if you were making damage happen, right? They cannot be defeated that way. You have to do a very specific sequence of actions in order to trigger a cutscene that kills them, right? And that kind of like solution-based boss, where it's like, okay, well, there's a puzzle in front of you that has one solution, and you have to figure out which of your tools is the solution that I want you to be picking, is something that I find very frustrating in games when you have a large toolkit. If you give me a small toolkit that has like a few very distinct abilities that do very specific things, you can make a boss where it's like, okay, well, this boss is flying, so obviously you have to use ranged attacks or something like that, right? Obviously, that's the case. If you make a game where you have like a huge number of interesting interactions, where like you have 15 tools to bring to a given fight, if only one tool works and does anything at all, that to me, that's like unconscionable in a boss fight. Having a correct solution, to me, is an unconscionable thing to have in a boss fight in a game that has interesting tools to play with. And that was the problem with the volcano fight, is that it gave you a billion tools to play with. A bunch of them seemed like they should do something, and only one of them did, and it was some horseshit. And that's it for today. That's all we've got. That's all we got. It is 1:23. We are ending late. I hope people have been enjoying the conversation that has been completely off topic the entire game. The entire time we've been playing. Hope people have been enjoying that, whether it's the politics or me complaining about video games that people like. People are allowed to like things, by the way. Me complaining about a thing, and it, like, I will say before we end that my response to that game may or may not be evidence of a specific type of neurodivergence that I maybe didn't know that I might have had at the time, but which I have a suspicion that I might have now. Let's just say that I don't think that anybody else should agree with me on this. This is just me being me. So that's going to be it for now. Thank you for watching. It's been an absolute pleasure to stream for you today, and I hope to see you again tomorrow when we will be completing a shit ton of promotion quests, none of which will actually promote anybody. Later, folks.